Good morning, everyone. I am like I'm like that nuisance boss in an office somewhere who likes starting things on time. So I realize how annoying I am. But it's in our interest to start on time so that so that we can finish on time. Today is not a very difficult day, I must say. Even though I get the sense that we need to keep up the energy. I get the sense that we need to keep the energy. Can my team confirm to me if colleagues from Onomo Hotel have arrived? I might also be teamless. Do I have anybody there who can confirm? Okay, can we agree that we revisit or we try to begin in another 5 minutes? So we have, I can see all the chair and the speaker are here. And that's why I made sure that they are the ones doing the morning session, because I know they will be here. Professor Chikuna Sise will be speaking, and Jack Shibabwa will be chairing. So let's take another 5 minutes, or let me be generous and say 7 minutes, and then we can begin. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. You are ignoring me. I feel totally ignored. Can I ask Professor Jack Chibaba and Chikuna Sise to please join me on this side of the world? We have more comfortable chairs on this side compared to yours on that side. I like the Codesria t-shirts and those who have them. Eh? I love the Codesria t-shirts. I think we should convince the secretariat to give you one extra one. Huh? I am going to join the fellows to protest against Codesria because they only gave us 2 t-shirts instead of 3. They only gave you 1. That's not true. Eh? Okay, I think that we've hit the 7 minutes mark, so let us convene and begin our day. Yesterday, we concluded, can you be nice to me this morning? I'm not feeling too well because of people are not being nice to me. No, I'm joking. Yesterday, we concluded with a very interesting intervention from Professor Falungom. And this morning, we are going to begin a session that is picking up almost from where we stopped yesterday with asking a historian who has enough experience to understand issues of methodology to speak to us about a historian in search of indigenous knowledge, field pitfalls, and methodological responses. Can we all be in the same meeting? Colleagues, let us all be in the same meeting, please. There have been 2 questions that were asked on Monday and on Tuesday that speak directly to the topic on methodology. And method and methodology, and the 2 words are not the same. I am hoping that Professor Chikuna Sise will commence an engagement with these issues. And we're going to ask another one of our colleagues to take on those particular questions. But the point I would really like to make this morning is that whichever discipline you're coming from, if you have no sense of historical context, this project is going to be a bit difficult, which is why we needed to talk about sources yesterday, and which is why we want to talk a bit about historical grounding of many of the things that we want to do. You don't need to become a specialized historian. You just need to appreciate that context matters, and that context is shaped by historical developments in which change is central to the question that we deal with. So I'm going to ask Professor Jack Shibwabwa to chair the session. Jack, I'm going to give you all the rights to run this session until 11. And then when 11 comes, I'll stage a coup. So welcome.
Merci beaucoup, cher Goodwin, pour cette parole que vous m'accordez. Alors, mesdames et messieurs, chers collègues, j'ai le plaisir d'animer de présider une séance qui sera animée par un autre ami Sissé Chikuna. Il n'est pas facile de présenter quelqu'un que l'on connaît depuis plusieurs années. Ça, c'est une évidence qui peut se partager. Donc, en fait, c'est à la fois facile et difficile. Parfois, on se demande quelle casquette on va mettre sur le devant de la scène pour exposer, en fait, faire cette présentation-là. Mais je vais faire les choses de manière très, très brève. En fait, Sissé Chikuna est un brillant chercheur d'origine ivoirienne C'est un historien de formation impliqué dans la recherche scientifique et académique de haut niveau pendant plusieurs années. Il est titulaire d'une thèse de doctorat intitulée Migration et mise en valeur de la Basse-Côte d'Ivoire entre 1920 et 1960, étude d'une dynamique régionale de mobilité de la main-d'œuvre. Aujourd'hui, il enseigne l'histoire contemporaine à l'université Houphouët-Boigny et il est spécialiste, bien entendu, des migrations africaines. Cissé est par ailleurs un membre éminent de notre communauté épistémique parce qu'aujourd'hui, il est membre de la commission scientifique du Codestria. Bien entendu, il a séjourné dans plusieurs centres d'excellence. J'en énumère seulement un, notamment l'Institut d'études avancées de Nantes, entre 2012 et 2013. Je connais cette session-là parce que moi, j'étais précédé à l'Institut d'études avancées de Nantes en France. Et donc, il a aussi à son actif plusieurs publications scientifiques. Et bien entendu, il est membre de plusieurs sociétés savantes. Hein. C'est quelqu'un qui a beaucoup d'expérience dans le domaine dans tout ce que nous faisons ici. Et je crois qu'il va devoir partager avec nous son expérience sur les questions liées à la méthodologie, notamment lorsqu'il s'agit d'aborder les problématiques relatives notamment aux savoirs autochtones. Alors, cher Cissé, je t'accorde la parole. Alors, comme l'a dit Godwin, à 11 heures, on est censé arrêter la séance. Là, je vois qu'il est 9h12. Alors, je crois que tu as 1 heure pour faire ton exposé. Et comme ça, les 45 minutes restantes ou 50, nous allons les consacrer bien naturellement à la séance de questions et réponses. Alors, cher Cissé, tu as la parole.
Alors, merci beaucoup, cher Jacques, pour cette présentation élogieuse. Je t'en remercie. Venant de toi, je ne suis pas du tout surpris. Alors, j'aimerais commencer par saluer tout le monde ici présent. J'aimerais saluer d'abord mes collègues du conseil scientifique et du comité exécutif ici présents, ici en première ligne. Saluer également et féliciter mon ami Lawani, fraîchement émolu secrétaire général adjoint du Codestria, ici à ma droite. Saluer mes collègues, les étudiants qui sont présents. Et saluer le staff du Codestria, qui a fait un travail énorme depuis le début. Remercier encore mes collègues qui sont passés ici avant moi pour la qualité de leurs interventions, qui m'ont beaucoup appris sur moi-même et sur le sujet que je vais développer maintenant. Et puis saluer le Codestria et la Fondation Mastercard. Pourquoi je tiens à saluer particulièrement ces deux institutions? 2 raisons. La première raison est liée à un problème, à une histoire personnelle. J'avais 7 ans. Et je venais de commencer mes études primaires à Daloa, à l'ouest de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et puis un matin, je me réveille. Je suis paralytique. Pourtant, je n'ai jamais fait de poliomyélite avant mes 7 ans. Le matin, comme mes frères et cousins, nous avons dansé sous l'arbre au milieu de la cour familiale. On a beaucoup dansé. Et le matin, je me retrouve en train de ramper à 4 pattes. Alors, au départ, mes parents, mon oncle, surtout a pensé que je faisais le malin. On a donc commencé à me menacer en disant que si tu ne marches pas bien, on ne va pas t'acheter une nouvelle paire de chaussures. Or, moi, je n'allais pas bien. Une semaine après, ça ne va toujours pas. J'ai donc cessé de partir à l'école. Et c'est là que mon oncle décide de m'envoyer à l'hôpital central de la ville. Là-bas, on me fait des injections dans, je ne sais plus de quelle jambe il s'agit. Et puis, ça ne va pas toujours. Et finalement, on décide de me faire, 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 dire quels sont les obstacles principaux auxquels un chercheur qui débute, et même un ancien, peut être confronté. Le premier élément, c'est la méfiance de celui qui a l'information. Alors, très souvent, on aime dire en Afrique que nos anciens sont égoïstes, ils ont la connaissance, ils ne la partagent pas. Ça, c'est une autoflagellation que je ne comprends pas. Parce que même chez les Occidentaux, le savoir est protégé. Je me souviens très bien qu'en 2018, le CAMES, que vous connaissez sans doute, qui est un organe de régulation des grades dans 19 pays africains, m'a demandé, après appel à candidature, d'écrire un livre d'histoire sur son parcours comme institution. Alors, donc, je me retrouve en Nantes, aux archives diplomatiques, pour des recherches. Je vois un dossier sur lequel il est écrit CAMES, biographie des leaders de l'institution. Pour moi, c'est un document capital. J'ai fait la demande à l'archiviste. Il revient 10 minutes après, il me dit si c'est, votre demande ne peut pas aboutir, revenez en 2032. On appelle ça en histoire la mesure historique. Mais ça existe. On protège la connaissance parce qu'elle est précieuse. Alors pourquoi voulez-vous qu'en Afrique, les anciens, les vieillards, les traditionnistes donnent l'information à tout vent? Ce n'est pas possible. Ils sont méfiants. Ils ne savent pas à qui ils parlent. Celui qui a l'information peut en faire bon usage. C'est une question que je trouve légitime. Donc, il n'y a pas à s'auto-flageller. C'est normal que le savoir soit protégé. Qu'il obéisse, que sa transmission obéit effectivement à des règles précises. Et cela est important, d'autant plus que nous sommes à un tournant et ça nous plonge dans le débat de cette session depuis le début. C'est que ce que je veux montrer en fin de compte, c'est que l'oralité est aussi une forme de transmission de la connaissance. Cela est important. Deuxième élément, cette initiative est une sortie de ce que Valentin Mudimbe appelle the colonial library, la bibliothèque coloniale. Mudimbe pense qu'il est temps que l'Afrique, dans son fameux ouvrage L'invention de l'Afrique, The Invention of Africa, publié en 1988, il dit clairement qu'il est temps que l'Afrique sorte de la bibliothèque coloniale. Et des collègues à moi au Sénégal disent, si on sort de la bibliothèque coloniale, c'est pour entrer dans la bibliothèque postcoloniale. Moi, je pense qu'on n'est pas sorti de l'auberge, parce que postcolonial, on est toujours en train de définir l'Afrique à travers la colonie. Postcolonial, précolonial, colonial, comme si notre destin d'Africains était décolonisé. Ce en quoi je ne crois pas. Donc, je ne parlerai pas pour ma part de bibliothèque postcoloniale. Je parle de bibliothèques simplement africaines. Donc, bibliothèque des savoirs africains tout court. On n'a pas à s'identifier par rapport à la colonie. Nous sommes des Africains avec nos valeurs ancestrales, nos traditions séculaires, notre univers des sens, nos cathédrales des pensées. Donc, il est clair que dans ces conditions, il est possible d'avoir une voie authentique d'accès à la connaissance. Et c'est pour celle-là que moi, je plaide pour une bibliothèque pas postcoloniale, mais une bibliothèque africaine des savoirs, tout simplement. Et dans ce cadre-là, dans ce cheminement, il est important de savoir qu'en fin de compte, la tradition orale occupe une place importante dans cette tentative de réhabilitation des dynamiques et des agendas africains. Alors, le silence est tout à fait normal de mon point de vue, mais il faut savoir le briser. Il obéit à plusieurs raisons que je vais expliquer plus tard. Deuxième obstacle, c'est la méfiance de l'informateur. Et troisième obstacle, c'est le fait que l'enquêteur lui-même ne connaît pas les usages du milieu. Alors, ça, je l'ai expérimenté quand je faisais ma thèse. Et c'est là d'autant plus important à signaler que ça engage le destin de beaucoup de chercheurs, en fin de compte. C'est que le tabou lié au sujet en ne sachant pas, en ne gardant pas le secret de la tradition. Il y a, en 1972, il y a eu ce qu'on appelle le congrès du SCOA. Le SCOA, c'était une initiative africaine de collecte des traditions orales sur les grands empires du Soudan médiéval. C'est l'empire du Ghana, fondé par les Cissé Soninké, l'empire du Mali par les Mansaré Keïta, et puis vous avez l'empire Songhai au XVIe siècle, avec les Soni Alibert et Askia Mohamed. À ce rendez-vous de Bamako en 72, vous avez Wakamisoko, qui était un grand griot malien. Il n'est pas le seul. Il y a le grand Kela Bala Diabaté, il y a la Moussa Diabaté, il y a le corps de Yerere près de Nioro du Sahel. Mais Wakamisoko était l'ami des chercheurs parce qu'il ne cachait pas l'information scientifique aux chercheurs traditionnels. Et en 72, il a dit aux participants à ce colloque-là que Sundiata Keïta a été enterré à Takadjalan. Ce qui est un tabou pour les traditionnistes maliens. Il n'est pas question de révéler là où Sundiata Keïta a été enterré au XIIIe siècle. Il a vendu la mèche aux chercheurs et un mois après, il est mort d'un cancer des os. Alors, pour beaucoup de gens, il est mort parce qu'il a révélé un secret qui devait être gardé pour toute l'éternité. Et c'est pourquoi dans la charte de Koukanfoura, dont a parlé Marema hier, l'article 14 dit ceci. Tout mensonge qui dépasse 40 ans devient une vérité au-delà. Pour que la cohésion sociale soit forte, tout mensonge qui dure 40 ans devient vérité au-delà. C'est que si le chef, par exemple, a un enfant adultérin, lorsque l'enfant a 40 ans, on ne dit plus qu'il est adultérin pour ne pas créer des remous dans la société. Donc voilà comment est-ce que le savoir aussi africain, la façon, le désir de conserver la cohésion sociale a conduit justement à ce genre de protocole. Alors, sur la question du silence, je vous conseille deux ouvrages. Celui-là de mon ami et collègue Mamadou Diawara, L'Empire du verbe, l'éloquence du silence. Là, il explique très bien, justement, comment est-ce que le silence est une forme de pouvoir traditionnel en Afrique et quels sont les mécanismes qu'un chercheur peut déployer pour les résoudre. Deuxième situation bibliographique, c'est l'ouvrage du Sénégalais Mamoussé Diagne, Critique de la raison orale, qui est également un document important pour ceux qui veulent en savoir davantage sur les mécanismes de collecte des traditions orales. Alors, sur le premier point, le silence. Alors, j'ai été à Congo en 2018, au nord de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et là, je suis tombé sur une réunion publique et j'ai profité pour poser des questions sur le peuplement de cette région. Le chef du village était assis, le chef de canton également était assis, et il me désigne un vieillard à côté, en disant que c'est le meilleur connaisseur sur l'histoire de Congo. On pose la question au vieillard, il dit il ne sait absolument rien de l'histoire du Congo. C'est un silence extraordinaire. Toute la ville le reconnaît comme grand chercheur traditionnaliste. Lui dit que non, il ne sait rien, effectivement, de cette histoire. Silence radio, il ne parle pas. Alors, ce que je fais, je l'observe et j'essaie de comprendre quelles sont ses origines sociales. Parce que nous sommes des malinqués et notre société est très inégalitaire. Il y a les nobles au sommet, les hommes libres au milieu et en bas, qu'on appelle les Nyamakala, les gens de conditions serviles, les esclaves, les captifs. J'apprends par le nom du vieillard qu'il est plutôt au bas de l'échelle. Donc, il ne peut pas parler devant ses maîtres, d'où son silence. Mais ça, il a fallu de ma part un travail anthropologique déjà. Je m'intéresse à son parcours biographique. Je sais qu'il est servile, il est captif, donc je comprends pourquoi il ne parle pas. Qu'est-ce que je fais? Je laisse la science se dérouler. Et après, je cherche à le voir personnellement. Et nous sommes à deux maintenant. Il est libre, il parle. Et il m'apprend beaucoup sur l'histoire de la cité. Que dit pas l'histoire officielle justement du Congo. Voilà comment est-ce que j'ai pu briser le silence de ce vieillard. mais tout en respectant les protocoles. Parce que je vous dis deux éléments rapidement que d'autres collègues m'ont raconté. Vous avez Driss Diakité, historien malien, paix à son âme, très très bon sur l'Empire du Mali, qui m'explique qu'il va à Kela, qui est une école de formation des griots maliens. Le grand Kela Bala Diabaté est là. Et puis, Driss Diakité sort de sa poche un magnétophone pour enregistrer. Quand Kela Bala a vu quand il a vu l'appareil, il dit qu'il ne parle plus. Il a mis fin à l'entretien. Parce qu'il a vu un magnétophone sans son autorisation. Il a mis fin à l'entretien, il dit qu'il ne parle plus. Et le collègue a perdu comme ça un très grand sachant. Il a fallu une délégation du village pour demander pardon à Kela Bala Diabaté pour qu'en fin de compte, il accepte de recevoir cette activité, cette fois-ci sans magnétophone. Deuxième cas qu'explique bien Emmanuel Terry, historien français qui a travaillé sur la Côte d'Ivoire de l'Est. Il s'est intéressé à l'histoire des Abrons-Giamans. Les Abrons-Giamans sont un peuple du groupe Akan, à cheval entre la Côte d'Ivoire et le Ghana. Il dit, il arrive à Bondoukou, il rencontre un monsieur qui s'appelle Nana Kobena Boko. Alors, Nana Kobena Boko n'est pas n'importe qui, c'est un grand sachant sur l'histoire Abron. Et puis, au moment de l'entretien, Teré sort un appareil, il va enregistrer. Kobena Boko dit simplement, monsieur Teré, je vous donne mes paroles, mais pas ma voix. Je vous donne mes paroles, mais pas ma voix. Donc, vous ne pouvez pas enregistrer mon propos. Teré dit qu'il est très frustré par cette décision. Il dit, mais au moins, l'avantage, c'est qu'il a appris de plus sur les Africains et leur façon de concevoir la transmission du savoir. Donc, voilà des cas où le manque de respect du protocole peut entraîner un chercheur à perdre des informateurs précieux. Alors, il y a des cas comme ça qui m'ont été racontés et quand même j'ai vécu, voilà, par rapport au piège qui se pose aux chercheurs. Alors, qu'est-ce qu'on peut proposer comme méthodologie? D'abord, je pars de l'hypothèse défendue par Mamadou Fall, historien sénégalais, qui dit ceci, je le cite. La méthodologie visant à repérer sur un terrain historique un groupe social, à décrire son évolution et ses contours et à construire un système historique et non à construire un système historique à partir d'un modèle théorique préalablement défini. Il veut dire quoi? Il veut dire que le chercheur ne doit pas déjà, au départ, définir un modèle théorique. Mais très souvent, nous prenons le cadre méthodologique européen et puis on veut l'appliquer au terrain africain. Très souvent, il arrive des dichotomies entre ce qu'on a appris à l'université et le terrain lui-même. Donc, Fall propose d'abord, une fois sur le terrain, de déployer sa propre méthodologie. Mais tout ce qu'on apprend dans les amphithéâtres n'est pas forcément productible sur le terrain. Donc, au lieu d'avoir un cadre méthodologique déjà défini, voilà, qui est planqué, qui n'est pas discutable, il propose qu'on aille sur le terrain et qu'en fonction des réponses du terrain, on puisse développer une méthodologie. Et à ce propos, je vous signale un ouvrage très intéressant de David Graeber pour une anthropologie anarchiste. Un livre de 70 pages, mais très percutant, sur la méthodologie en sciences sociales, en sciences humaines, mais aussi en sciences naturelles et en sciences médicales. Alors, Graeber veut plutôt, si vous voulez, une sorte de patchwork méthodologique, un braconnage méthodologique qui nous amène à emprunter ici et là pour construire notre appareil théorique, méthodologique sur le terrain nous-mêmes. Et mon parcours a montré que très souvent, j'ai eu des problèmes sur le terrain qui n'ont pas été prévus par mes enseignants à l'université. J'ai dû moi-même me débrouiller sur le terrain pour trouver réponse à ces questions qui m'étaient posées. Alors, deuxième méthodologie que j'ai employée, c'est ce qu'on appelle la programmation neurolinguistique, la PNL. Cette technique-là est une branche de la psychologie appliquée. Qu'est-ce qu'elle recommande? Pour réduire le décalage culturel entre l'informateur et l'informé, il faut toujours trouver une zone d'équilibre où le chercheur se met au même niveau que, effectivement, celui qui veut interroger. Naturellement, quand on va dans un village du Cameroun, j'aime bien les Camerounais, ce sont nos beaux parents, on va dans un village du Cameroun, en Balmayo ou ailleurs, et puis vous ne pas faire de jaloux chez mon ami Jacques, dans le Kivu. On ne va pas faire une enquête avec un sac Louis Vuitton ou un Gucci. Ça ne marche pas. On est dans le village, on a un sac comme ça, on a l'eau de bouteille minérale dans la main, on a bien en Gucci, on a à l'écart, on regarde les gens, on se met au-dessus d'eux. Et quand c'est comme ça, ils ne parlent plus. Déjà, il vous colle une étiquette, il est arrogant, il est gonflé, il vient de la ville, il veut nous en imposer, et là, ça brise effectivement la conversation. Et c'est pourquoi cette technique-là de la programmation neurolinguistique permet ceci, c'est que le chercheur peut anticiper sur l'état d'esprit de celui qui l'interroge, et ça lui permet justement de pouvoir trouver l'équilibre pour se mettre à son niveau, pour que le débat soit vraiment soit fluide. Alors, troisième méthodologie en fait, que moi j'applique, ce n'est pas des recettes toutes faites, c'est ce que j'appelle le dialogue des sources. Souvent mes étudiants disent, et ça, on entend souvent dans les conférences où on dit, les sources européennes sont suspectes, il faut s'en débarrasser, ne s'intéresser qu'aux sources africaines. Mais attention, les sources orales africaines même ne sont pas exemples de reproches. Ça, je vais le montrer. Voilà, ce n'est pas tout le temps que les sources africaines sont sans reproche. Première idée reçue, Amadou Ampateba, que vous connaissez, dit ceci, en Afrique, tout vieillard qui meurt, ainsi bibliothèque qui brûle, je ne crois pas à ça. J'y ai cru quand j'étais au lycée. Aujourd'hui, non. Tout vieillard n'est pas un savant. Voilà, tout vieillard n'est pas un savant. On peut être vieillard et ne rien savoir de l'histoire du village. En revanche, on peut trouver des jeunes de 20-25 ans qui en savent plus sur l'histoire du village que les vieillards de 90 ans. On connaît bien les familles à d'âge africain, un homme qui a vu 100 villages et qui voit un vieux qui a 100 ans. Donc, l'âge n'est pas un critère fondamental d'accès à la tradition orale. Alors, donc, moi, ce que je préconise, c'est être capable, justement, de partir des sources endogènes africaines, orales, et lorsque on est en but à des problèmes de chronologie, des historiens ou autre chose, on peut toujours faire recours à l'archive coloniale. Mais là encore, l'ouvrage de Anne-Laura Stoller, une collègue américaine, l'archive coloniale, question de méthode. C'est quand même un livre qu'il faut absolument lire sur ces procédures-là, de collecte des sources traditionnelles africaines, mais aussi les archives coloniales européennes. Donc, il faut trouver un équilibre entre les sources d'archives européennes et les savoirs endogènes. Parce que très souvent, celui qui vous parle n'est pas neutre. Vous interrogez un vieillard, il peut se valoriser lui-même en se donnant les bons rôles. Donc, il ne faut pas accorder une confiance aveugle dans les sources endogènes africaines. Ça c'est une règle très grave. Le chercheur, c'est toujours la distance critique vis-à-vis de l'objet d'étude. Il ne faut jamais dire que cette source-là est limpide et claire, comme ça vient d'Afrique, donc c'est vrai. Non, 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 ce n'est pas toujours vrai. Moi, j'ai été manipulé sur mon terrain d'étude. Heureusement que j'avais les sources européennes pour rétablir un peu une sorte d'équilibre par moi-même et savoir que ce qu'on me dit ici n'est pas toujours vrai. Alors, ce point, une histoire que je vous raconte également, c'est que je suis issu d'une famille de marabouts. Marabouts, je ne sais pas comment je peux le dire en anglais. Les marabouts, ce sont ceux qui détiennent la maîtrise du Coran. Voilà. C'est les imams, etc. Alors, dans ma famille, il y a un de mes cousins qui m'aborde et il me dit que son père, à lui, a été témoin d'un acte héroïque qui s'est produit dans le village. Et lorsque son père décède, il raconte cette histoire-là et il donne 100 ans à son père. Si on regarde les 100 ans, et vraiment son père est témoin de ce qui s'est passé. Alors, qu'est-ce que moi je fais? Je tombe sur une cassette audio de son père, de son grand-père, c'est-à-dire le père à son père, où le grand-père dit ceci. Il y a une année, lorsque mon premier fils est né, j'ai voulu le baptiser du nom de Cheikh Amala, qui est un grand marabout du Sahel. Alors, mes amis m'ont dit, ne le fais surtout pas, parce que Cheikh Amala vient d'être déporté par les Français. Et donc, il ne faut pas que tu donnes ton nom et son nom à ton enfant. Sinon, les Français ne seront pas d'accord, ils peuvent t'emprisonner. Nous sommes en 1925. Alors, quand moi j'ai cette information du grand-père de mon cousin, je vois les archives. Quand son grand-père dit que son fils est né, et lorsque les gens ont dit, il ne faut pas le nommer du nom du shérif Amala, qui vient d'être interné par les Français, la date d'internement du shérif Amala date de 1925. Donc, son père a dû être né en 1925. C'est la source orale du grand-père qui le dit. Mon fils, je le nomme l'année où Cheikh Amala sort du village déporté en Mauritanie par les Français. Or, les archives disent que cette déportation a eu lieu en 1925. Donc, son père est en 1925. Il ne peut pas avoir, en 2005, 100 ans. Voilà comment la source coloniale me permet de régler un mensonge. Je dis non, quand je calcule, ton père ne peut pas avoir 100 ans. Il est né au plus tôt en 1925. Il se fâche. Je dis, bon, je te comprends, moi je suis historien. Je suis désolé. J'aime bien ton papa, mais ce fait d'arme-là, il n'a pas été témoin, il n'était pas encore né. Alors, si je m'étais fié uniquement à la source orale, c'était une erreur. Voilà comment est-ce que la source d'archives coloniales me permet de retrouver l'équilibre dans le discours. Donc, il ne faut pas faire le parti pris de considérer que les sources orales africaines sont authentiques, il n'y a rien à dire. Non, c'est une grave erreur méthodologique. Il faut plutôt travailler à les contrôler parce que beaucoup d'informateurs ne sont pas toujours crédibles quand on parle effectivement de sources endogènes à collecter. Donc, il faut toujours trouver ce moyen-là de pouvoir contrôler l'information historique. Donc, c'est ce que j'appelle effectivement la coalescence des sources qui sont combinées. Et même si les sources orales, on peut toujours multiplier les enquêter pour savoir si ce que le monsieur est en train de dire est vrai ou non. Il y a toujours des mécanismes vraiment de contrôle de l'information historique, sociale, culturelle, etc. Donc, voilà les trois méthodologies que moi j'applique lorsque je vais sur le terrain. Alors, malgré ces précautions méthodologiques, il arrive toujours qu'on ait affaire à des situations imprévues. C'est pourquoi je dis toujours qu'il ne faut pas considérer que les travaux dirigés dans les universités, que la méthodologie enseignée dans les amphithéâtres suffisent pour être un bon chercheur. Souvent, le terrain vous impose des situations inattendues par rapport auxquelles il faut trouver une réaction. Je prends quelques cas sur mon propre parcours. Alors, je me retrouve toujours au nord de la Côte d'Ivoire. J'ai parlé du roturier qui ne peut pas parler, que je prends après de côté. Mais ça n'a pas de propos. Mais en 2018, je repars cette fois-ci à Kong, au nord de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je travaille sur la chefferie locale à Korogo. Les Ivoiriens ici savent bien que cette chefferie est dominée par les Koulibaly, Kiembara, qui est un royaume qui date du 9e siècle. J'arrive dans la zone à un moment de crise de chefferie. Le chef est contesté par son cousin, qui n'est pas légitime pour prendre la tête du canton. Alors quand moi j'arrive d'Abidjan, on me dit, si tu vas à Korogo, si tu ne rencontres pas Siele Koulibaly, tu auras séjourné en vain à Korogo. Il faut le voir parce que c'est le meilleur sachant sur l'histoire de la chefferie Koulibaly à Korogo. J'arrive à Korogo, je me renseigne, on me montre son domicile. J'y vais, je trouve son chauffeur, Kader Fofana. Je dis, mais je vais voir Siele, il dort en ce moment. Mais à 18h, c'est l'heure de la prière. Il sera là, donc viens, tu peux le rencontrer. Naturellement, je me dis, bon, c'est l'heure de la prière, donc il est musulman. Moi, je veux d'abord avoir sa confiance. Qu'est-ce que je fais? Je ne prie pas à mon hôtel, je vais prier avec lui pour tenter déjà de préparer le terrain. Mais ça ne suffit pas. On finit de prier, on dit, il y a un étranger qui est là. Et il dit, mais qu'est-ce qu'il fait ici? Et puis, je suis à côté, isolé, hein, mais c'était pénible pour un chercheur. Je suis à côté, assis, pénaud là. Et puis, il dit, mais demandez-lui, qu'est-ce qu'il est venu faire ici? Alors, j'ai dit, non, non, je viens d'Abidjan, on m'a dit de vous rencontrer. Il dit, mais qui vous a dit de venir me voir? Il dit, c'est votre chauffeur. Il dit, bon, Kader, demande-lui qu'est-ce qu'il est venu faire ici. Kader me dit, bon, écoute, monsieur Cissé, vous êtes venu faire quoi? Je dis, non, je vais l'interroger. Il dit, bon, viens vite, et puis je t'écoute. J'arrive, je le vois, et puis j'explique l'objet de ma visite. Et puis, j'ai fait l'erreur de dire que j'ai lu dans les archives coloniales françaises que Bon Coulibaly était tant, chez Ferry, tant, tant, tant. Il dit, monsieur, vous ne savez rien de l'histoire de ma famille. Vous ne connaissez rien. Les Blancs vous ont induit en erreur. La vraie histoire, c'est ici que ça se passe. Vous ne connaissez rien de notre histoire. Ne vous en mêlez pas. C'est quand même violent. Moi, je viens d'Abidjan, prof 6C, sûr de mes certitudes. Et puis, connu au Codiciria, Godwin. Et puis, j'arrive, on dit non, non, tu ne connais rien. Alors, ça, ce n'est pas prévu, ça, c'est pas prévu dans les amphithéâtres. Ça, ce n'est pas prévu. On ne m'a pas enseigné comment répondre à ça. Mais sur le champ, là, il faut trouver une solution. Je rate la solution, je perds un informateur capital. Je trouve la solution, je gagne. Alors, je réfléchis un moment, et puis, éclair de génie. Il dit, mais qu'est-ce que vous voulez savoir davantage? Il dit, mais monsieur, moi, je suis surpris. Mais vous avez un niveau de connaissance extraordinaire. Comment est-ce qu'un être humain peut emmagasiner de tels niveaux de connaissance? Mais je n'ai jamais vu ça. Vous êtes très fort, monsieur. Il sourit. Il dit, bon, là, je le tiens. Quand il me sourit, il brise la glace, il a sa confiance, il me retient à dîner. Mais ce n'est pas tout le lendemain. J'ai fait une semaine à Korogo. Tous les jours, il exigeait que je vienne déjeuner avec lui. Et quand j'ai quitté Korogo, il m'a remis un panier de 12 pentates pour ma famille. On est tellement devenus complices qu'on a même envisagé d'écrire un livre ensemble sur la chefferie Tiembara à Korogo. Voilà comment le sang-froid à ce moment précis-là me fait gagner un informateur capital. Et j'ai beaucoup appris de lui. Deuxième situation, tout dans la même veine, c'est le chef de canton Issa Coulibaly qui est contesté. J'arrive chez lui également, la même mission. Il dit, mais le petit là, qu'est-ce qu'il fait ici? Il demande à son serveur qui lui dit, ah, celui que j'ai vu là, il n'est pas petit, hein? Il est grand de taille comme ça, et puis il est vraiment en forme. Ce n'est pas un petit dé, c'est un blacro. Blacro chez nous, les malinqués, ça veut dire qu'il n'a pas été circoncis. Il dit, c'est un blacro. Bon, je suis là, j'entends tout ça. Moi, je rentre. Quand j'ai dit, bon, écoute, tu as juste 5 minutes, pas plus, je suis pressé. Bon, je le salue. Je ne parle pas de chefferie, parce qu'il est contesté. On parle d'autres choses, Korogo. Mais finalement, on fait 2 heures de conversation. Et par des questions détournées que j'ai posées, il me donne des réponses. Après, je récapitule. Il dit oui, effectivement, c'est ça la réalité. Et voilà comment est-ce que j'arrive à détourner le mépris que le chercheur peut rencontrer sur le terrain. Deuxième exemple de terrain, cette fois, je suis toujours au nord, mais à Dignene, toujours au nord de la Côte d'Ivoire. Je vais chercher un informateur très connu, très percutant, qui s'appelle Babatri Ouattara. Je vais dans le village en moto, et puis j'apprends qu'il a fait le chemin inverse vers Congo. Je vais me déplacer en 20. Dès que je m'assois, sa femme va puiser de l'eau dans le puits. Mais une eau qu'on ne peut pas boire. Une eau boueuse. Elle me tend la calebasse et le village m'entoure. On me regarde. C'est un test. Je bois. Il est comme nous. Je ne bois pas. Il est arrogant. Or, il y a ma santé qui est en jeu. J'ai 30 ans. Je n'ai pas envie de mourir maintenant. L'eau est boueuse. On me regarde. Qu'est-ce que j'ai fait? À votre avis? Mais je l'ai bu. Je l'ai bu. Et puis bon, heureusement, je suis encore devant vous. J'ai ce que je voulais entendre comme réalité effectivement méthodologique. Et puis, je suis rentré à Abidjan. Alors, donc voilà des cas comme ça que j'ai rencontrés sur mon terrain de recherche quand je faisais ma thèse et maintenant mes travaux d'enseignant-chercheur. Ça fait 25 ans que j'occupe les pistes ouest-africaines, les archives de Nantes en France, de Paris, d'Aix en province à Marseille, du Mali, du Burkina, du Sénégal, de la Côte d'Ivoire. Et j'avoue que ce que le terrain m'a appris toutes ces années, c'est que la patience est une règle d'or pour un chercheur sur les connaissances endogènes africaines, mais c'est que vous ne m'entendez pas sur ça, parce que vous avez un délai précis donné par le commissariat et la Fondation Mastercard pour rendre vos épreuves. Donc, pour vous, la patience a des limites, mais c'est la voie royale pour être un bon chercheur. Il faut être très patient quand on fait la recherche, parce qu'avec la patience que le terrain révèle ses secrets aux chercheurs, il faut respecter les us et coutumes du terroir où, effectivement, on fait l'enquête. Et il faut surtout également savoir qu'il y a des rites qui ne sont pas partout les mêmes. Une fois, j'avais parlé dans une zone du commissariat du fait qu'on paye de l'argent ou du gin pour être informé. Des chercheurs anglophones ont trouvé ça pas éthique. Non, on ne paye pas l'information. Mais ils ne parlent pas pour l'Afrique de l'Ouest francophone. Vous ne pouvez pas faire une enquête en Côte d'Ivoire sans acheter une bouteille de gin pour l'informateur. Ça, c'est clair, du village. Avec ça, il fait une libation. C'est-à-dire qu'il verse le gin sur le sol. Il demande aux ancêtres de tout faire pour que l'entretien se passe bien. Et que ce qui est dit ne soit pas objet d'incident dans le village. Donc, vous remettez une bouteille de gin, ils achètent le gin, ils font la libation, et puis les anciens sont d'accord, l'enquête peut commencer. Deuxième élément, on demande au nom de la Côte le prix de la cola. Alors, il faut glisser un billet pour rassurer effectivement l'informateur qui pense qu'on vient d'Abidjan. Donc, parce qu'il pense qu'on a reçu des millions pour faire la recherche. Et donc, ils ne parlent pas en vain. Il y a aussi cet aspect qu'il ne faut pas oublier. Pour eux, il y a beaucoup d'argent à gagner. S'il vient ici jusqu'au nord, il a reçu beaucoup d'argent pour l'enquête. Pourquoi en privé? Voilà. Donc, souvent, je trouve des formules pour éviter de payer l'argent. Mais pour le sud du territoire, on n'a pas le choix. Il faut offrir de l'argent pour acheter la bouteille de gin pour que les ancêtres soient d'accord, pour que l'information soit donnée. Alors, dernier élément de mon propos, tout ça peut mal se finir, malgré les précautions. En 2000, je suis étudiant en 2A à l'Université de Dakar. Je travaille sur l'islam en Côte d'Ivoire, particulièrement ma famille. Et puis, le chef de la communauté, qui est par ailleurs mon grand-père, parce que c'est le frère né à ma grand-mère, j'écris dans mon mémoire qu'il est né d'une femme qui s'appelle Awa Sissé, qui est mon arrière-grand-mère, et puis d'un père, Shikuna Silla, mon arrière-grand-père, dont je porte le prénom. On me donne la mention très bien à Dakar. Je suis convoqué par ma famille en Côte d'Ivoire. Mais pourquoi tu as écrit qu'il est né d'un père et d'une mère? C'est un blasphème. On m'a intenté un procès dans ma propre famille pour avoir dit des choses qu'on a trouvées désagréables pour ma famille. J'ai fait 3 jours de procès. Le premier jour, c'est ma génération qui me reçoit. Je fais des remontrances. Le second jour, c'est le collège des anciens qui me reçoit, qui me gronde. Le dernier jour, je rencontre le chef de la communauté qui me fait asseoir. Tu abandonnes ce sujet parce qu'on n'en veut pas. J'ai laissé tomber le sujet sur l'islam en Côte d'Ivoire et je me suis orienté vers les migrations coloniales vers la Côte d'Ivoire, qui me conduisent aujourd'hui ici ce matin. Donc, on peut prendre toutes les précautions, mais ça peut mal se passer, comme dans mon cas, je viens de raconter. Et depuis 25 ans, je ne travaille plus sur ma famille, mais je travaille plutôt sur les migrations vers la Côte d'Ivoire. Donc, pour terminer, parce qu'il faut laisser la place au débat, c'est ça l'intérêt de ce genre d'exercice, je réitère mes salutations au commissariat à la Fondation Mastercard pour l'initiative. Et comme je l'ai dit, pour moi, ça procède d'une belle sortie de la Colonial Library dont parlait Valentin Moudimbe, et donc qui nous replonge dans ce que nous sommes, des Africains, avec nos rites et nos valeurs ancestrales. Mais je ne suis pas d'accord avec la théorie de post-colonie. D'ailleurs, Achille Bembe, qui en a été le promoteur, a fini par dire qu'il n'est pas post-colonial, en fin de compte. Il a même dit qu'il n'est pas de l'écrit de Jean-François Bayard, qu'il a fait partie en France. Alors, la post-colonie me semble une nouvelle escroquerie académique africaine. La post-colonie a encore veut dire qu'on se définit par rapport à la colonie, ce dont je n'approuve pas trop, et je pense qu'il faut parler de bibliothèque des savoirs africains, bibliothèque africaine, et c'est pour ça que je trouve que l'initiative conjointe Codé-Syrie Mastercard est salutaire. Et je souhaite bon vent à nos candidats, à nos lauréats pour la suite. Je vous remercie.
Merci. Communication. Je ne ferai pas une conférence dans une conférence. Hein. Donc, je crois que tout le monde a suivi l'exposé, tout le monde l'a suivi à sa manière et a des questions à poser là-dessus. Mais je reviendrai peut-être sur 3 ou 4 choses qui me paraissent importantes. En te suivant, on peut se dire ceci, que le terrain de recherche est à la fois un lieu où l'on va appliquer la méthode, mais c'est aussi un lieu où de réinvention méthodologique. Parce que les obstacles que l'on trouve sur ce terrain-là, n'est-ce pas, ne sont pas souvent enseignés dans des académies. Et donc, il faut avoir, n'est-ce pas, un esprit d'invention, d'innovation, n'est-ce pas, pour pouvoir faire face aux obstacles méthodologiques rencontrés sur le terrain. Et je crois que ça cadre avec ce que Godwin nous a dit dès le premier jour, quand il a demandé aux, aux boursières et boursiers de se donner, n'est-ce pas, cette autorité épistémique, n'est-ce pas, qui consiste à inventer, n'est-ce pas, à bousculer certaines choses, n'est-ce pas, pour arriver à produire des travaux scientifiques. Donc ça me paraît très important. Alors, avant de remettre la parole dans la salle, je voudrais moi aussi revenir sur une histoire personnelle pour rendre hommage au responsable de Mastercard, n'est-ce pas, et au Codestria. Pourquoi? Parce que en 2021, j'ai perdu ma femme. Elle est décédée des suites, n'est-ce pas, de la COVID-19. Elle a été importée par la COVID-19 ou le COVID-19, ça dépend de l'article, n'est-ce pas, que l'on veut choisir. Et qu'est-ce qui s'est passé? De manière brève, elle arrive à la maison, elle me dit, je ne me sens pas bien. Et puis, comme toujours, on achète quelques produits à prendre. Et puis, une semaine après, ça ne marche pas. Je me rends compte que moi aussi, je ne me sens plus bien. Puis, le ministère de la Santé nous envoie des SMS pour dire, non, il y a une maladie et tout qu'on appelle Covid. Si vous remarquez tel symptôme, allez à l'hôpital. Et puis, un jour, on se réveille, elle tousse, je vois un peu de sang, je lui dis, non, il faut qu'on aille à l'hôpital. Et là, suivez-moi très bien. Nous arrivons à l'hôpital, on fait des tests, c'est positif en fait. Elle est atteinte de Covid-19. On fait des tests sur moi, je suis aussi atteinte, j'ai le Covid-19. Alors, comme sa maladie était dans un état très avancé, on lui dit non, elle, on l'a arrêtée à l'hôpital. Moi, on me dit non, moi, il faut que je rentre à la maison, mais que je me mette en quarantaine. Elle reste à l'hôpital, 3 ou 4 jours après, elle meurt. Moi, je suis à la maison en quarantaine, donc je fais mon deuil, c'est-à-dire en quarantaine, les gens viennent à la maison, vous portez le masque, tout ça. Alors, qu'est-ce que je fais? Je me dis, elle était à la maison, elle n'est pas décédée. On l'a amenée à l'hôpital, et elle est morte là-bas. Comme ça, moi, je sais, entre-temps, on m'avait donné un produit, des produits que je prenais, des produits modernes, n'est-ce pas? Je les ai laissés de côté et il y a un gars qui est venu me dire, non, écoutez, mon cher ami, autant prendre des produits de la médecine traditionnelle, peut-être ça pourrait vous aider. Et je me suis investi justement dans tout ce qu'on a fait ici. Vous connaissez tout ce qu'on a fait à cette époque, des plantes et tout et tout. Et aujourd'hui, je suis devant vous. Donc, vous voyez l'importance de la médecine traditionnelle et l'importance, n'est-ce pas, des questions dont nous sommes en train de, n'est-ce pas, de parler aujourd'hui. Et donc, merci beaucoup à la Fondation Mastercard pour ce projet qui est un projet d'une importance capitale. Et je crois que nous avons intérêt, sur la base de tous ces témoignages, celui de Cissé, le mien, des autres, à nous investir dans ce travail. Alors, concernant les obstacles de la recherche, une petite histoire. En 1997, pour parler comme les Belges, ou 97, comme les Français, je suis un jeune assistant et puis je suis encadreur d'un mémoire, n'est-ce pas, d'un étudiant. Et l'étudiant veut travailler sur la corruption au niveau de la brigade routière. Vous connaissez tous ces agents de la police routière qui sont dans nos, dans nos rues, qui demandent aux chauffeurs de l'argent et tout. L'étudiant, nous lui disons, allez travailler sur cette thématique et puis vous pouvez produire un travail très sérieux. L'étudiant arrive, vous voyez l'erreur qu'il commet. Au lieu d'aller s'adresser au chauffeur, ça peut commencer par là. Lui va directement au centre-ville, il va rencontrer le commandant de tous les policiers, n'est-ce pas, qui sont sur nos routes. Il arrive, vous voyez, il est en veste, hein, bien sapé, tout ça. Il entre, papa, bonjour, monsieur le commandant. L'autre dit bonjour. Monsieur le commandant, il se présente, dit je suis politologue. Il n'est même pas encore politologue, il dit je suis politologue. Je suis en deuxième licence. À l'époque, les deuxièmes licences, c'était, hein, c'est pas comme les deuxième licence, c'était l'année terminale. Je travaille sur la corruption au niveau de vos services. Mais, monsieur le commandant, qu'est-ce qui se passe dans ce secteur-là? Mais les gens, la population se plaint. Mais vos agents sur le terrain mais sont corrompus. Mais ça ne va pas. Mais qu'est-ce que vous faites à ce niveau-là? Mais votre autorité, où est-ce qu'elle est? Le commandant l'écoute religieusement. Il parle, il parle, il parle. Puis il s'arrête. Le commandant lui dit, vous avez fini? Il dit, j'ai fini, monsieur le commandant. Vraiment, j'ai besoin de réponses à mes questions. Le commandant appuie sur une espèce d'un bouton d'interphone. Ça sonne que bon. Un militaire arrive là-bas. Ah, mon commandant. Le commandant lui dit, il lui dit en lingala, il dit, vous prenez ce monsieur, vous le mettez en prison. Le commandant, il dit, toi, qu'est-ce qui se passe? Allez en prison. Toi, tu viens pour faire des conneries ici, tout ça. Mais qu'est-ce que j'ai foutu? Aller en prison. Là, même tout ça, le militaire, on le fout en prison. Et son titre de licence, tout ça en prison. Il va vivre tout ça en prison. Et puis, après quelques jours, parce que j'étais assistant, alors le professeur que j'assistais me dit, mais Jacques, qu'est-ce qui se passe? L'étudiant que nous avons qui travaille sur la corruption, là, où est-ce qu'il est? Je dis, mais prof, il a disparu. Il me dit, mais non, on doit le chercher. Quelques jours après, sa maman arrive à la maison. Alors, il vient me voir à 6 heures. Hein, je vois, on trouve quelqu'un à la maison à 6 heures. Qu'est-ce qui se passe? On ouvre la porte. Ah, papa assistant, bonjour. Il dit bonjour, maman. Elle dit, oh non, j'ai appris que mon fils travaille sur vos directions et tout, mais il est porté disparu. Il dit, maman, c'est la question que moi j'allais vous poser. Nous aussi, on ne le voit pas. Alors, finalement, on se demande, mais où est passé le gars? Alors, finalement, le prof me dit non. Lui-même, il se met à la recherche du gars, on va dans des prisons, et puis on arrive quelque part, on apprend qu'il y a un étudiant de l'université de Kinshasa qui est emprisonné, qui a été mis en prison. Et le prof arrive là-bas, il voit le commandant, il dit, mais monsieur le commandant, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? J'apprends qu'il y a un de mes étudiants. Le commandant dit, professeur, heureusement vous êtes venu, asseyez-vous. Le prof va s'asseoir là-bas, il dit, mais votre gars, il est venu nous insulter ici. Il dit, mais comment ça? Il dit, non, il vient, il dit que moi je suis corrompu, mais sa vie ils sont corrompus et tout et tout. Alors finalement, le prof lui dit, il a dit ça. Il dit, ben oui, il dit, tout le monde est corrompu dans mes services. Alors, nous comprenons que le gars a commis une erreur méthodologique. Ça sont des erreurs de méthodologie qu'il ne faut jamais commettre. Finalement, le prof recadre les choses. Non, écoutez, il s'agissait de faire ceci, il n'aurait pas dû vous voir et tout. Le commandant lui dit, n'eût été votre présence ici, il allait moisir en prison. Puis il appuie encore sur l'interphone. Pam, le même militaire là arrive. Oui, mon commandant dit, le gars qui est en prison là, allez vous le sortir de la prison. On sort le gars avec sa veste déjà qui est devenue. Ouais, quand en prison là, c'est. La prison, ça ne blague pas. Hein. Avec une barbe déjà, tout ça qui a poussé, des cheveux qui ont poussé, il avait l'allure d'un rebelle, pratiquement. Alors finalement, il voit le prof. Bonjour, prof. Le prof lui dit bonjour. Alors, il dit, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Il dit, mais ils m'ont mis en prison, j'ai rien fait. Il dit, non, tu as fait quelque chose. Bon, ok, on en parle à l'université. On amène le gars à la maison, sa maman embrasse le prof, tout ça. Et finalement, ça a été un cas pour nous, n'est-ce pas, dans le cours de méthodologie, pour dire aux étudiants, regardez des erreurs à ne pas commettre. Donc, quand vous serez sur le terrain, ne commettez pas ce genre d'erreurs-là. Hein? Ou bien on vous fout en prison, ou bien... bon, voilà. Alors, merci. J'ai pris 10 minutes, mais c'était quand même important. Merci. Alors, merci beaucoup. Je crois que nous pouvons maintenant passer à la séance de questions et réponses. Alors, ceux qui veulent prendre la parole, ils peuvent la prendre. Comme toujours, on prend une série de 5 questions pour permettre à Cissé de réagir, puis on reviendra. Madame? Il me faut...
Hello, good morning. My name is Chidinma Ideze from Nigeria. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation, sir. My yes. So my name is Ideze Chidinma from Nigeria. Thank you so much for that wonderful presentation. So I have two questions, one on the issue of trust and one on the issue of gender. So in one of the challenges you were mentioning, you said something on trust, where the knowledge bearer and the researcher might not have trust with the information moving around. So my question is on you, based on your personal experience, what have you considered the most effective way to be able to gain their trust? I ask this because one of the things you said or you established was the need to gain trust. And I also want to understand how long it took, because based on our program, we have about 7 months. And if you have to spend the better part of it establishing trust with the indigenous people, and also it might eat into the time of your research, and you might not necessarily have the time to conclude your research. So I want to know, based on your personal experience, what was the most effective strategy you used, and how long did it take to establish that trust? Then the second one is on gender. Now, we don't know for other countries, but in my country, there's some information that women are not privy to. So if you meet community leaders or elders, they might not be open to share information to you. Maybe they might limit the information to issues of some traditional healing or some childbirth. So as a female researcher, you might end up with, let's say, lesser knowledge than what they would disclose to your male counterparts. So in issues like this, what would you suggest as the way forward to be able to get information from those people as a female researcher, while also respecting their cultural beliefs? And would it be considered a misrepresentation if in that process, because I wouldn't want to be stuck with a lesser knowledge. So in that process, I decide to send a male counterpart to get the information I need. Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Johnny Tanalule from Uganda. Thank you so much, Professor, for the presentation. My question is, in research, in the Western way of doing things, we are told you're not supposed to reference studies of 10 years and above, because apparently they are outdated. Yeah, and I'm from a field of nutrition, so they tell us that information becomes really outdated. So with this field of indigenous knowledge, and so how best can we go about that? Because we know that some research studies of 10 years and above, probably like 20 years, have really good information, very useful information that you can reference in your study, even 30 years, 40 years. We know there are studies out there that are more than 10 years, and you can really reference them, they're rich. So how best can we bridge that gap? How best can we go about that in line with referencing? How do you defend your work when you have studies lined up that you've referenced and they are 30 or 40 years, away from what you're told? Thank you.
Merci beaucoup. Je reprends de Zulkifil Saredabo. Je veux du Bénin. Ma question, c'est, il y a certaines communautés au Bénin, ils ont l'habitude de chiquer le tabac et de prendre l'alcool. Moi, j'en ai été victime, bon, tout récemment, il y a cela quelques mois, j'étais sur le terrain, matin très tôt, et arrivé dans la communauté, je voyais les vieux en train de prendre de l'alcool. Moi, personnellement, je ne prends pas de l'alcool. Si c'était encore de l'alcool seul, c'est compréhensible, mais avec une décoction une sorte de tisane avec de l'alcool. Voilà que moi, je n'en prends pas, je ne chique pas le tabac. Maintenant, quelle approche proposez-nous pour, même si on devait refuser de le prendre, que cela ne les offense pas, pour qu'en quelque sorte, nous pouvons avoir nos informations que nous voulons et pour collaborer d'une certaine manière sans les offenser. Merci.
Thank you very much, Prof, for your presentation. My name is Lengwe Dlamini from the University of Eswatini. I'm a historian. I just want to make a comment. In simple terms, when we talk of methodology, we are talking about data collection. We are also talking about data presentation. I just want to focus briefly on data collection, more especially when you are conducting interviews. I know that we are from different disciplines. Some of you will be using questionnaires, but others will be using interview questions. Now, we are from different countries, different societies, and there are places where, what you said, women are not allowed. There are places where you have to consider the dress code. For instance, when you are conducting interviews in the case of Eswatini and you want to interview the king's regiments, when you go to the palace, you cannot go dressed, anyhow. Women are expected to cover their hair. They're not expected to wear pants. So you have to respect that because after all, what you want is the information. And of course, sometimes as women, we are not allowed to actually conduct, those interviews. That is where research assistants come in. And with the money that Codestia will give you, you have to consider having interview assistants. And those people have to be trained. In my case, we made a mistake of not training one of them. We were a group of 4 researchers. We also benefited from Codestia. And we were looking at the issue of borders. Eswatini still wants its land from South Africa. So we were looking at the issue of irredentism. And we had this male person, assistant interview to go and collect that information. And when he got there, okay, he started, greeting the person and all that stuff. And then he started talking about, hey, do you know about the 1964 Cairo Declaration that we have to respect inherited, those colonially inherited boundaries? He started debating, this person. And the interview came to an end, just like that. So we have to be careful how we conduct the interviews, respect the customs, the laws of the places, and please train the assistant researchers. It's very important. Thank you.
Dernière question de la première cohorte de questions, puis si c'est va réagir. Kafulayan.
Hello.
Morning, everybody. My name is Adeshino Afolayan from Nigeria. Professor, thank you very much. History for me is a space of contestations. How do you, on the field, manage claims to truth, claims to authenticity, and claims to originality? I was caught by that encounter with that person who says, you have not been told the truth. You have not been given the original narration. How do you encounter it as a historian? Thank you.
D'abord à ce niveau, si, alors on permet à Cissé de réagir euh, à cette première salle de questions, puis on va revenir vers vous.
Vous m'entendez? Oui, en fait, il n'y a pas de normes standard hein, pour gagner la confiance de l'enquêté. C'est toute une question de leadership personnel. C'est-à-dire la capacité à pouvoir créer rapidement la confiance. Le délai peut être court ou long en fonction de celui qui est en face de vous, s'il n'est pas coopératif. Donc, il n'y a pas de normes standard pour dire, voilà, au bout de tel processus, il faut. Mais ce qui est important, c'est que dès le début, vous dites à ceux qui vous voulez informer, écoute, j'ai une recherche de 6 mois. J'ai besoin de vos informations. Vous le précisez clairement. Moi, ce que je fais, si c'est 2 ans, j'ai 2 ans, j'ai mon temps, mais j'ai dit j'ai 6 mois de recherche, je suis vraiment voilà, coincé. Est-ce que vous pouvez me recevoir? Ah ben, sûrement, bon, les choses sont claires. Soit il est apte à me recevoir, tant mieux. Il dit qu'il n'a pas le temps. Bon, je passe à autre chose. Alors, il faut aussi dire que ne pas trouver, c'est aussi la recherche. Ah oui. Non, je n'ai pas trouvé. Non, ne pas trouver, c'est aussi fait de la recherche. Hein. Oui, oui, si. On peut ne pas trouver, mais on a fait de la recherche. On a cherché, on n'a rien trouvé. Parce que l'historien Marc Bloch dit ceci, il dit l'historien a le droit d'ignorer, mais pas le droit d'inventer. Il n'y a pas d'information. Ne pas trouver aussi, c'est aussi de la recherche. Voilà, mais je ne pense pas que cela vous intéresse trop. Vous avez un mandat avec Mastercard qui ne connaissent rien. Il vous faut absolument trouver, et vous pouvez trouver. Mais après, c'est votre capacité intrinsèque de personne. C'est pourquoi l'attitude du chercheur est capitale. Lorsque déjà on est dans un village, en Gucci, en Dolce Gabbana, en polo Lacoste, n'est-ce pas? Mais déjà, on crée un mur de méfiance. Il faut se mettre dans la peau du villageois. Moi, ce que je fais, je quitte Abidjan, j'ai absolument rien, je porte mes sandales, je dors sur les nattes, je mange le cabato comme tout le monde, et quand c'est ça, rapidement, on crée la confiance. Et souvent, je sors même du sujet, parler d'autres choses de la vie. Le monsieur sait que j'ai aussi des choses à lui apporter par ma connaissance de l'histoire africaine, et ça crée une synergie, et il est apte à ce moment-là à me livrer l'information. Donc, c'est une question de personnalité qui, je pense, est importante. Mais pour les femmes, moi, j'ai des étudiantes, j'ai encadré une dizaine d'étudiantes en master et en thèse. Bon, il n'y a pas de protocole particulier dans le cadre de la Côte d'Ivoire. Il y a ici un Ivoirien, Esso est là, et puis sa compatriote, à Pau. Je pense qu'ils peuvent vous témoigner. Il n'y a pas, moi, mes étudiants qui vont sur le terrain ont accès à l'information. Mais comme l'a dit Portia, après, il faut respecter les us et coutumes. Une étudiante du sud de la Côte d'Ivoire veut aller au nord du pays pour enquêter dans un village réputé très musulman. Alors, elle m'appelle pour dire, professeur, je suis en train de partir à Bundiali pour mes enquêtes. J'ai de bonnes routes. Mais je vais passer à l'université, vous rencontrez avant de partir. Bon, je suis sur la fac, tu peux passer. Elle, je la vois habillée, mais d'une façon, mais comme si elle allait à un dîner de gala. J'espère bien que ce n'est pas comme ça que tu vas t'habiller pour aller enquêter. Hein. Est-ce que dans ton sac, il y a des habits du nord de la Côte d'Ivoire? Est-ce que tu as le foulard? Parce que ça peut être un non-dit, mais dès lors qu'ils savent que tu es chrétien, mais tu fais l'effort de t'habiller, d'être un peu comme eux, ça crée la confiance. Et là, ils t'adoptent. Mais c'est quand tu es moi, je suis comme ça, je réponds à la question en même temps de notre ami du Bénin, qui ne mange pas de viande. Moi, c'est très simple. Quand je vais, moi, je ne mange pas de viande. Depuis 20 ans, je ne mange pas de viande rouge. J'ai décidé moi-même de le faire, de ne pas manger de viande. Alors, je vais dans un village, et puis, je passe pour aller interviewer, je vois la dame qui est en train de faire de la viande de bœuf. Je sais que c'est pour moi à midi. Midi, on m'invite ici, on a fait ça à ton honneur. Il dit, mais vous auriez dû me le dire depuis longtemps, parce que moi, je suis à jeun. C'est jeudi, je suis à jeun, donc je ne peux pas manger. Ah, voilà comment j'ai échappé, effectivement, à ça. Voilà, donc, Ça, il y a, sans pourtant vexer l'autre, moi, je ne bois pas de bière, je ne fume pas, je ne bois pas d'alcool. Je n'irai pas quelque part où on va m'obliger à boire de l'alcool pour avoir l'information. Ça, je ne l'accepterai pas. Voilà. Je ne vais pas renoncer à mes principes parce que je veux l'information historique. Mais comment je refuse? Toute la question est là. Je ne dis pas, non, 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 moi je suis musulman, je ne bois pas beaucoup. Non, non, non. Monsieur, vraiment, désolé, bon, mes parents depuis l'enfance m'ont tellement frappé à cause de la bière qu'aujourd'hui, j'ai même du mal à la boire, même quand je le veux. Les 5 prochaines visites, je les ferai, mais aujourd'hui, vraiment, je n'ai pas encore pris l'habitude. Et puis, je m'en sors. Voilà, tout de la façon de s'adresser à l'auditoire et non aller au contact comme ça, au taquet, en disant non, non, moi je suis musulman. Non, il ne faut pas faire ça. Et puis, oui, il y a Joanita qui parle de la bibliographie. Oui, elle est datée. Mais ça, ce n'est pas un problème du point de vue de la science. Hein. Parce que la méthodologie scientifique, c'est surtout la contextualisation. Il n'y a pas de méthodologie valable qui ne soit pas contextualisée. Hors contextualisation, il n'y a pas de méthodologie. Donc, les travaux antérieurs sont toujours possibles d'être convoqués. Bon, on précise bien que c'est des travaux qui datent par rapport à de nouveaux travaux sur la question. Mais ce n'est pas un souci que de rappeler l'existant. Ce n'est pas un problème. Aussi bien en médecine qu'en pharmacie ou en sciences naturelles, les travaux anciens sont toujours convoqués, mais on précise qu'ils ont valu pour une période. Aujourd'hui, ils sont datés. De nouvelles connaissances permettent d'enrichir le débat. Et votre travail peut être un acquis important pour renouveler les connaissances sur le sujet. Donc, du point de vue méthodologique et scientifique, ce n'est pas un souci d'avoir sous la main des travaux qui sont anciens. Mais naturellement, on ne va pas faire sa biographie sur des travaux anciens, alors que de nouveaux travaux existent qui changent notre conception, notre rapport, notre perception d'un sujet bien précis. Je ne suis pas très sûr d'avoir compris la question de mon collègue du Nigeria, Adesina. Je ne pense pas avoir bien compris la question. Vous pouvez la reprendre? Votre question, je ne l'ai pas bien saisie.
What I mean is when you get to the field, you have people telling you that their narration is the truth or it is the authentic story. And then you meet some other people and they give you a different story about similar or the same incidents. How do you mediate between 2 people or 3 people or 4 people saying this is authentic narration? This is the truth. What happened? This is the original story. As a historian, these are contested spaces, contested experiences. How do you mediate? Which do you work with?
Je comprends bien la question. C'est-à-dire que j'ai en face de moi 2 points de vue différents. Et je suis historien. Alors, c'est comme toujours dans mes pérégrinations d'historien, avant d'aller à Congo interroger les villageois dans le cadre de ma thèse, je prends soin de lire les travaux sur Congo, les travaux de Berger, de Edmond Bernus, de Toxier. Alors, dès que j'arrive dans le village, je suis déjà muni d'informations sur le village. Mais mon malheur, c'est que j'ai habité sur le maire de la ville. Le maire de la ville s'appelle Bama Ouattara. Il est de la chefferie du village, mais c'est un retiré, c'est un esclave. Alors, quand j'arrive, il me donne une histoire où il tente de valoriser son parcours personnel. Il dit que son grand-père, à lui, Karamokoli Ouattara, était chef du village de Congo à la fin du 19e siècle. Mais ce qui n'est pas vrai. J'ai compris rapidement qu'il veut me faire avaler une histoire qui n'est pas vraie. Pour me dire que lui aussi, il existe, que son grand-père a été chef de canton, ce qui est impossible pour un captif. Ce n'est pas possible. Mais il ne sait pas que moi, j'ai lu des travaux déjà. Il ne sait pas que je suis aussi de la société malinquée. Donc, je connais bien les formes d'accès à la connaissance. J'ai déjà ce bagage-là déjà. Et c'est important pour vous. Marima l'a dit hier. Parler la langue du pays est fondamental. Soit vous ne parlez pas la langue, et ça me ramène à la question de EDZ, soit vous trouvez un très bon guide qui est capable de traduire ce qui est dit pour vous. Mais là encore, il y a un piège. Je reviens à votre question. Catherine Kokedi-Vidrovitch, historienne française très connue sur l'Afrique, racontait nous racontait une histoire à la Sorbonne en hommage à une personne. Elle dit qu'elle est allée faire une enquête en pays Batéké, dans le plateau congolais. Quand elle arrive, 3 jours avant elle, il y a eu Georges Balandier, sociologue français très connu, qui était dans le village. Elle prend un guide, et puis au moment d'échanger, au départ c'est fluide, à un moment, il y a un silence. Elle ne comprend pas. Et elle voit les vieux en train de murmurer entre eux. Elle ne comprend pas. Elle dit au guide, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe avec les vieux? Ils ne parlent plus là, ils se concertent. Et le guide dit à Vidrovitch, ils sont en train de se mettre d'accord sur une version à vous dire qui ne va pas contredire ce qu'ils ont dit hier à Balandier. Ça ne va plus. On n'est plus dans la recherche historique là. Si vous concédez pour avoir une opinion commune, ce n'est plus de l'histoire. Voilà, donc on peut prendre un guide, on peut tout ce qu'on veut, mais après, le gros problème que je pose toujours, il ne faut pas aller sur le terrain, et c'est valable pour vous. Il faut toujours, avant d'aller sur le terrain, avoir des connaissances du milieu avant de partir. Et ça, une fois encore, ça facilite la collecte d'informations. Il faut toujours avoir des prérequis. Vos terrains sont différents. Déjà, à ce stade du programme Master 4 Codestria, vous devez déjà avoir une idée du terrain où vous serez et comment déjà connaître l'histoire des habitudes alimentaires de la zone avant de partir. Voilà. Donc, pour revenir à votre question, dès que moi j'ai 2 points contradictoires, je suis historien, j'ai ma propre capacité d'analyse. Alors, lui, il dit que ce qu'il dit est vrai. D'abord, c'est prétentieux. La vérité est toujours relative, elle n'est pas absolue. Il y a un autre point de vue qui est différent. Ce que j'ai fait dans mon travail, j'expose les 2 points de vue. Voilà ce qui est dit. Et je tranche en tant qu'historien. Pour ma part, tel point de vue est plus crédible. Voilà les raisons. Il ne faut pas dire que il faut pas dire que Adesina a raison contre Mchaï, par exemple. Quand je le dis, il faut ensuite que je dise pourquoi telle version prime sur l'autre. Il faut donner la raison. Soit les étudiants disent, j'expose, voilà les points de vue, point à la ligne, ils voient autre chose. Non, il faut toujours, il ne faut pas qu'on expose les 2 points de vue, il faut maintenant faire un travail de réflexion personnelle. Voilà 2 points de vue. Ils sont contradictoires, je les expose, mais je me définis par rapport à ce point de vue. Pour moi, cette position de vue, ce point de vue est plus crédible parce que, voilà mes réponses, parce que d'autres travaux confirment cette position ou parce que ma propre expérience m'amène à dire que cette version est beaucoup plus vraie de la vérité que telle autre. Voilà comment est-ce qu'un historien tranche ce genre de questions.
Merci. Je crois qu'on peut prendre une série de questions. Alors, on prend Christophe, Marema. Non, on commence par Marema, puis Christophe, pour faire honneur aux femmes. Puis on va aller au fond. Je crois, Madame.
Okay. Can I speak? All right. Thank you. My name is Monica Tulsile Buddha from South Africa. Prof here has actually answered so many questions, but maybe I think my question can be, all right. I can continue. Start. Okay. Should I start afresh? All right. Greetings, colleagues. My name is Monica Tulsile Buddha, and I'm from South Africa. I just wanted to add to what the sister from Eswatini said, but I think Prof has also addressed it when he spoke about methodologies. But I would just want to give a comment and possibly a recommendation for Codestria in hosting a workshop where actually researchers here can be taught about appropriate methodologies to apply in indigenous research. Because we need to understand that indigenous research, oh, I'm so passionate about this, is for and by indigenous people. So when you conduct indigenous research, you follow cultural protocols. You also use appropriate methodologies like the indigenous research methodologies by Professor Bakele or Bakele Chilisa, the likes of participatory action research, follow the indigenous research worldviews and indigenous research paradigms when you're working with indigenous communities. Moreover, understanding that your worldviews and who you are do not matter in such research, that you are a learner instead of a knower. Therefore, when you go there, you leave your accolades, things that you have accomplished, and you are there to be initiated, because now when we look at Wilson 2008, he says that indigenous research is a ceremony where you are actually going to an initiation school, learning on how and how certain people live without imposing your own worldviews, meaning that you observe cultural protocols. If 1 o'clock, they say they do not participate because there is lightning that will come, you will not question that lightning. Instead, you will embrace that lightning because you want knowledge from these people. And a sister from Nigeria, they also indicated things related to gender, knowledge related to gender. Of course, there is what we call different types of knowledges. We have sacred knowledge, we have common knowledge. So we have knowledge that is sacred, knowledge that is common, knowledge that they can share with researchers. Also paying in mind, colleagues, that our people who are indigenous communities have been exploited in the past. Therefore, there's certain knowledge that they will indeed hide, because when the Westerners or researchers came to take such knowledge, they ended up commercializing, or they ended up actually diluting that knowledge. They would call our people inferior, calling the knowledge barbaric, that this is a superstition, this never happens. Therefore, we are here to be trained on how to represent such voices, how we can bridge that gap, how we can fix such misrepresentations which have hurt our people for too long, which our people were actually viewed as subjects instead of knowers, which they were viewed as objects in research. So can we please have that that workshop colleagues, where we as researchers here will be trained on how to do such methodologies. Also look at my work, Buddha from 2022, when I look at African philosophies underpinning indigenous research. Thank you.
Merci pour le commentaire. Marema?
Oui, bonjour. Oui, je pense que ce débat est très intéressant parce que ça nous renvoie vraiment à des questions qui sont classiques. Si je reprends l'exemple de Sekuna avec le maire qui dit qu'il est le petit-fils d'un chef de village, ce n'est pas quelqu'un qui a raconté l'histoire de son point de vue, c'est quelqu'un qui a menti, c'est quelqu'un qui a fabulé. Mais je pense que ça, c'est un cas d'espèce qui est très différent de ce qu'on rencontre souvent sur le terrain. L'histoire n'est jamais neutre. On raconte l'histoire en fonction de sa propre place et en fonction de sa propre posture dans la société. L'historiographie officielle nous a appris et nous a formés pour ne regarder l'histoire que du point de vue des en haut. La colonisation a été un moment qui est le même, c'est le même temps chronologique pour le colonisateur et pour le colonisé. Mais on nous a appris à l'école l'histoire de la conquête. Si on t'apprend l'histoire de la colonisation à l'école française, tu as le sentiment en tant qu'enfant que la colonisation, c'était vraiment une promenade de sécurité, que les gens sont venus là et que les gens leur ont dit, voilà, prenez le pouvoir, et puis les gens les ont observés. Mais si on te raconte la colonisation du point de vue de l'Africain, on te raconte l'histoire de la résistance. Les gens sont venus avec une supériorité d'armes. Les gens ont résisté jusqu'au bout. Les gens sont morts et ont donné leur vie parce qu'ils ne voulaient pas être assujettis. Et je pense que la question de l'objectivité et de la subjectivité du chercheur, c'est dans ces termes que cela se pose. Je suis tout à fait d'accord que vous n'allez pas sur le terrain pour chercher de quel côté est vraiment la vérité biblique ou le Coran. Hier, à la fin de notre session, j'ai eu un petit truc avec Jean-Christophe, mais à la vérité, on disait la même chose. Il disait, on vous apprend de faire la méthode critique, mais je lui ai dit que rien ne vous donne la possibilité, le droit d'aller dire celui-ci a raison ou celui-là n'a pas raison. Je pense que vous devez, ou ceci est bon et ceci n'est pas bon. Je pense que la question, c'est de dire, voilà ce qui m'a été dit de ce côté, comme elle l'a dit Chekouna, et voilà ce qui m'a été dit de l'autre côté. Mais après avoir fait ces deux constats, l'idée n'est pas de dire subjectivement, moi, mon sentiment, il ne s'agit pas de sentiment, de votre sentiment. Il s'agit de dire les méthodes éprouvées, les méthodologies éprouvées de la science sociale qui me permettent de regarder et de questionner avec des moyens qui existent et que les autres connaissent, me portent à penser que cette version est plus conforme à ce que la méthodologie et les historiens et les autres avaient déjà dit à l'ancienne. Donc, c'est vraiment cette question fondamentale d'objectivité et de subjectivité, en sachant qu'on est toujours dans un parti pris. Et notre parti pris ici, c'est que les savoirs endogènes sont des savoirs importants.
Merci Jacques. Merci. Je voudrais simplement être bref et simplement rappeler l'importance de la méthodologie. L'important. Je pense que de toutes les sessions qui ont été organisées, ça c'est une session capitale. Je tiens à le dire là en tant qu'évaluateur. J'ai évalué des centaines de projets, de mémoires, en tant qu'enseignant d'université, en tant que membre, en tant que dirigeant d'un centre de recherche. Et vous savez, là, c'est la méthodologie qui fait la science. Et dans l'évaluation, l'évaluateur regarde votre approche méthodologique. Si il n'est pas convaincu que cette approche méthodologique est rigoureuse, ben, votre travail, votre rapport de recherche ne sera pas validé. C'est pourquoi je tiens ici à le rappeler. C'est important de bien décrire dans votre rapport de recherche votre approche méthodologique. Récemment, je terminerai par là, le CODESTRA m'a envoyé une vingtaine de projets sur les libertés académiques. J'en ai validé 3 ou 4 parce que la méthodologie était trop faible. C'est un peu ce rappel-là que je voulais faire, notamment aux jeunes chercheurs qui sont ici dans la salle, pour leur dire, la séance d'aujourd'hui, la méthodologie est très importante. Si vous avez des doutes, des choses qui ne sont pas claires dans la tête, posez des questions pour bien comprendre la méthodologie que vous devrez utiliser et faire un rapport qui soit de bonne qualité et qui soit validé par les évaluateurs au niveau du CODESTRA. Je vous remercie.
Et puis, si c'est, on va réagir, bon, pas à toutes les questions, hein, à certaines d'entre elles, mais c'est pour nous permettre au CODESTRA d'avoir toutes vos questions que l'on pourrait analyser un peu plus tard. Alors,
Okay, thank you. Good morning. Thank you, Professor, for the insightful presentation. My name is Dr. Precious Wapuha, a lecturer of history at Kibabi University, Kenya. I have a question for you regarding axiology. Axiology is one of the more important parts of research methodology, whereas we seek to adhere to values and ethics in research. So as experts in indigenous knowledge, how do we deal with consent, number one? Number two, how do we deal with beneficiaries? Number three, how do we deal with anonymity as historians? The next question is in terms of knowledge, how do we perceive knowledge? How do we determine the knowledge that is admissible to this research? Number three, is there a way as Africans that we can reconstruct our own theories and deconstruct the Eurocentric theories that are available? Thank you.
Good morning to everyone. My name is Namakula Flavia. I'm from Uganda. Thank you, Professor, for the great work. But mine, I'm like a culprit to the master's student researcher of yours. I remember I was in year 2 and I was working on a literally criticism piece of a simple research. And there is this professor at Makerere University in the School of Languages and Literature. He's called Professor Charles Ochita. Ochita was one of the greatest documentalists of the early 2000 AIDS project. And I was really so much interested in it. With my rural urban excitement and pro-Max hunger for information, I asked him for an interview. I go there, he welcomes me so well. Then I start asking my questions A from Z, but he became hyper annoyed and was like, girl, are you wired by FBI? Why are you asking me so much information about my research project? At the end of the day, it felt like he wasn't in position to give me any other form of information. Within like a short period of 30 minutes, he gave me a break. He was like, go out a little. I revised my answers. I'll call you later. I did not go anywhere. I remained. Within a short period of time, he called me in. He gave me an ample space to ask more questions. Yeah, it's really the right reality. You're going out to look for information, but some people feel uncomfortable and some actually are unwilling to give you what you really want, depending on the channels and the different methods you throw on in as far as asking questions is concerned and searching for information. Thank you so much.
Very much. I'm Angeline Chisache. I'm from Uganda as well. I have 2 questions. The first one is on, I am mostly interested in food systems and indigenous knowledge in the food systems. So we realize also that the food system in the African community is related to divination, but also the gatekeepers to these are mostly women. So the interplay of divination on indigenous knowledge versus the food system and the women, and now you as a data collector who is a female, what is your perspective on managing? Because I may want to know how they preserve certain types of food, but those types of food are the roles done in the preservation of those types of food to a particular gender, but also they have divination relevance that I may not know of. So how do I manage their methodologies there? The second question is on information. There seems to be a dilemma in terms of when we use the contemporary ways of collecting information and how it is shared. And with us who want to use now the indigenous way, in the indigenous knowledge, and now document it. Following from yesterday's discussion, the professor showed us that there are there's certain knowledge or information that is out there that has been deliberately not shared out due to colonialism and all that. So if us, as the people who are doing the research, the African researchers, now want to unearth this for the upcoming generation, we do not deny the fact that now today's generation is
information is readily available. And now they only want to make their decisions, their writings in relationship to that information. So if these gatekeepers of this information are hiding it for the same reasons that they suffered during colonialism, then won't it be lost for the upcoming generation after us? That same disturbance cuts across with why people are now choosing to use the common languages of English and French, foregoing the old languages. So I feel that there is a bit of a dilemma with the need to expose what we have, but also preserve our values so that it is not altered. How then do we manage that? Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Chisomo Baskolo from Malawi. From your presentation, Professor Sisi, you mentioned that we need to validate oral information, oral sources with colonial sources. From what we've heard so many times, the colonial sources might have omitted some information that actually happened during the colonization. But the local communities and the indigenous people have that knowledge, and it's not documented in the colonial archives. How then are we supposed to validate such information from the local people when there are no other, like maybe documents that we can validate from? Thank you so much.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Haurelo Matlatle and I'm from South Africa. I have a couple of questions. The first one is, where do we dance to patriarchal and colonial principles and ideologies during data collection? And where, in the words of Dr. Goodwin Murunga, do we start disrupting, especially where our identities as Black women, queer or trans people are the hurdles that we have to deal with in the field? How do we navigate spaces that are anti these identities that we identify as? Yes, and which are can be violent and can be very patriarchal. So thank you.
Greetings, everyone. My name is Dikele Dikapa, and I'm coming from Lesotho. Thank you very much, Professor, for that valuable presentation. My question is, in a case whereby the research respondent maybe becomes hostile, what do I do as a researcher? Do I still continue, or do I come back at a later stage, or just abandon the whole study? What do I do? Thank you.
Assisté de réagir. Tu peux réagir, je pense.
Alors, j'aimerais d'abord remercier les commentaires qui ont été faits. Merci Marima aussi derrière pour les commentaires. Bon, le temps nous est compté. Toutes les questions ne seront pas forcément répondues, mais je prends note. On peut toujours continuer la conversation après. Quand il y a Précia qui parle de l'anonymat, de la connaissance, mais ça, c'est admis, parce qu'il y a des informateurs qui ne souhaitent pas voir leur nom dans le document final. Il y a une convention qui existe, on met les initiales du nom. Selon l'enquêteur AL, voilà, ça c'est possible. Voilà, parce qu'il y en a qui, pour des raisons de sécurité, ne veulent pas voir leur nom du document. Donc ça, il n'y a pas trop de soucis à ce niveau. Maintenant, comment déconstruire les théories européocentristes? Oui. C'est ce que le collège Master 4 font en ce moment. Ça veut dire que c'est une opportunité vraiment concrète de terrain pour faire la promotion de ce qu'on appelle maintenant les épistémologies du Sud. Théorie défendue par les Brésiliens, notamment le Portugais Boaventura da Souza. C'est vraiment eux qui ont fait la promotion de ces du Sud. Il y a même une école au Brésil dédiée à cette question-là. Oui, nous sommes en plein dans la déconstruction des théories européocentristes. C'est-à-dire que moi, comme je l'ai dit, moi, je viens d'Allemagne, il y a juste une semaine. Hein. Les critères pour choisir les projets, je ne pense pas que ce soit les mêmes critères qui ont présidé au choix des projets du Corésyria. Là, on avait des études méthodologiques vraiment européocentrées, si bien que le projet Sankofa a été éliminé. Un très bon projet sur l'Afrique, c'était porté par des collègues du Ghana. Ils tenaient vraiment à faire un workshop sur la thématique des savoirs endogènes au Ghana avec la notion de Sankofa. Malheureusement, on n'a pas pu prendre le projet parce qu'on n'avait que 6 financements pour 44 projets en fin de compte. Donc, nous sommes en plein dans la déconstruction européo-centrée, et clairement. Et puis, bon, maintenant, tout dépendra de ce que vous ferez de cette opportunité en fin de compte. Et je rebondis en même temps sur une question qui a été posée, à savoir que j'ai dit que, c'est quoi, c'est Tissomo, ma collègue, qui le dit, il faut valider les sources orales par rapport aux sources coloniales. Non, il ne s'agit pas de faire dépendre la vérité africaine par la vérité blanche. Ce n'est pas de ça qu'il s'agit. C'est-à-dire que face au silence des sources africaines, on peut avoir recours aux sources d'archives coloniales pour combler le gap. C'est de ça qu'il s'agit. Est-ce que vous ne savez pas, et c'est qui va sans doute vous étonner, beaucoup de connaissances sur par les administrateurs coloniaux ont été données par les Africains eux-mêmes. Quand Benjé traverse la Côte d'Ivoire, il va au Niger, il passe au Burkina Faso à l'époque, tout ce qu'il sait, tout ce qu'il écrit dans son livre en 1892, il l'a su par ses informateurs africains. Donc, il n'y a rien de nouveau sur le soleil. Donc, il n'y a pas de dichotomie flagrante. Maintenant, ce qu'on comprend clairement, c'est que oui, sur des thématiques claires, il faut être suspect. Quand, par exemple, on écrit dans un document que les Noirs sont paresseux, ils ne veulent pas travailler, il faut les mettre au boulot, ils sont sales, ils sont ainsi, ils sont ainsi, ils sont ainsi. Ça, nous sommes clairement dans le racisme le plus puant. Alors ça, on peut déconstruire ça très facilement. C'est le regard européen centré sur l'Afrique, mais qui n'est pas toujours vrai. Quand un général de corps d'armée romain tue son fils pour trahison, on parle de pro-patria, il aime son pays. Mais quand c'est un général africain comme Samori qui tue son fils, on dit c'est un barbare. Ça ne marche pas comme ça. Clairement. Et le même Samori, dont on parle très souvent comme sanguinaire, il a posé un acte qu'aucun général romain n'a posé à l'époque. Samori demande à un de ses sofas, un de ses soldats, d'aller appeler telle autre personne. Je prends un exemple très précis ici pour deux copains que j'aime bien taquiner, Lawani et Jacques. Samori dit à Lawani, appelle-moi Jacques. Je trouve que Jacques était avec une demoiselle, objet de sa passion du moment. Il n'entend pas la commission de Samori. Grand guerrier, dont on dit un sanguinaire. Samori dit encore à Lawani, mais va appeler Jacques 2-3 fois. Finalement, Jacques revient à lui-même et je pense qu'il a fait une grave erreur. Samori t'appelle et puis tu ne réponds pas. Il revient rapidement voir Samori, qui dit, mais qu'est-ce qui se passe? Il dit, non, non, j'étais avec une femme. Samori répond, il dit, c'est pas Jacques qui a tort. Il dit, c'est Lawani qui a mal fait la commission. Il aurait dû lui dire, Samori dit, si tu finis, tu viens me répondre. Ça, et pourtant, c'est un sanguinaire, hein, selon les sources coloniales. Il a pu être capable d'une telle clémence. C'est-à-dire que oui, il y a des préjugés, il y a carrément des partis pris dans les régimes coloniales, mais elles ne sont pas totalement à rejeter parce qu'elles peuvent toujours contribuer à faire la balance entre nos savoirs locaux, endogènes, et puis le regard extérieur. Maintenant, oui, il y a la question de Dekele, je crois, qui dit lorsque l'informateur est hostile, faut-il abandonner ou non? Bon, moi, je n'abandonne pas. Mais tout dépend du degré d'hostilité. Quand c'est très violent, quand il n'a pas envie de parler du tout, c'est vraiment violent, là, je prends du recul. J'ai été confronté à ça il y a une année. J'ai fait une enquête au nord de la Côte d'Ivoire. Le nord du territoire est occupé par les rebelles de Guillaume Soro. J'arrive à Congo, le chef de zone me dit, mais si c'est, votre enquête est malvenue parce que le contexte ne se prête pas. Quand il me dit ça, il y a 2 soldats en armes derrière lui. Il dit, non, vous n'enquêtez pas à Congo. Je dis, mais j'ai compris. Et je me retire. Je vais voir le chef de village qui dit au chef de guerre, ça c'est mon fils, il est venu enquêter. Ce qu'il veut faire n'a rien à voir avec la politique. Donc, chef de terre et de canton, il faut bien qu'il puisse faire son enquête, je le décide. Et après, je vois le chef de guerre, il dit, bon, on a compris, c'est clair maintenant, tu peux faire ta recherche. Donc, il ne faut pas tout de suite abandonner lorsqu'on est hostile. Ça aussi peut être un test pour vous. Il peut dire non pour vous tester, mais quand vous insistez, avec beaucoup d'humilité, il finit par céder et il vous cède ses connaissances. Donc, voilà ce que je peux répondre rapidement à toutes ces questions. Encore une fois, c'est vraiment dire un merci franc et sonore au commissariat et à Mastercard pour cette initiative. De toute ma carrière de chercheur, c'est la première fois que je vois une telle synergie. Et ce qui m'a frappé surtout, c'est la jeunesse des lauréats. Ça veut dire que la relève est assurée. Nous, on fera le rôle d'accompagnement, mais c'est une opportunité unique. Moi, je n'ai pas bénéficié. Le connaisseur m'a beaucoup apporté tout au long de ma carrière, depuis 2004 que je fréquente l'institution. J'ai eu beaucoup de bourses du commissariat pour mes recherches. J'ai fait beaucoup de terrain avec le commissariat, etc. Ça m'a beaucoup apporté. Mais voir un atelier de telle dimension, avec combien de lauréats retenus, ça encore, je le dis, je suis impressionné parce qu'on avait 44 projets pour 6 financements en Allemagne. Nous avons une centaine de projets financés par Mastercard du commissariat. Ça, c'est une nuit et ça s'applaudit. C'est pourquoi je pense que c'est une opportunité. Et mon mot de la fin, c'est que ce projet conjoint, commissariat, Mastercard, est une belle tentative de sortie de la bibliothèque coloniale, mais pas pour la post-colonie, pour une bibliothèque africaine authentique de savoir endogène. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup, Cissé. Et ces applaudissements valent aussi pour toi. Donc, ça doit en applaudir pour les deux en même moment. Et pour toi et pour la salle. Donc, moi aussi, je voudrais remercier Mastercard, une fois de plus, pour ce projet, remercier le Codestria, te remercier toi aussi pour ta communication très brillante et tes réponses qui nous ont bien instruits. Et avant de clore, je ne l'ai pas fait, parce que j'étais parmi les évaluateurs, je voudrais féliciter toutes les boursières et tous les boursiers, n'est-ce pas, pour la qualité de leur travail. Je crois que ça aussi, ça s'applaudit. Applaudissez-vous vous-même aussi. Voilà, c'est important. Voilà, merci.
Alors, merci beaucoup à mes frères Jacques et Cissé. Merci Cissé pour vraiment cette forte présentation qui nous apporte vraiment un aperçu sur le terrain. Et je pense que ça nous permet de pouvoir, comme Godwin l'a dit tantôt le matin, faire le lien avec ce qu'on a fait ou ce dont on a parlé hier et continuer donc le cheminement avec les différents panélistes qui vont suivre. Je vais juste rapidement dire aussi aux fellows que pour les questions, on en a parlé hier, mais j'aimerais revenir là-dessus. Pour les questions, on veut vraiment avoir vos questions. Et c'est pour cela que la plateforme, et Bassirou va projeter ça après, la plateforme a été créée pour pouvoir avoir vos questions. Donc, surtout les questions d'ordre méthodologique, conceptuel, contextuel, etc., etc. Vous avez la plateforme pour pouvoir mettre vos questions. Ce que nous sommes en train de voir, c'est de trouver un temps demain, un temps dans le programme pour revenir sur toutes les questions qui n'ont pas pu être posées ici et qui seront mises sur la plateforme. On va voir avec les différentes personnes ressources présentes comment on peut apporter des réponses à toutes ces questions-là. Donc, n'hésitez pas à aller sur la plateforme et à y mettre vos questions. Dernière chose que je voudrais aussi dire avant qu'on aille en pause, nous avons aussi la joie d'accueillir un nouveau venu qui n'était pas parmi nous hier. Et donc, j'aimerais prendre cette occasion pour présenter en quelques secondes. Il aura l'occasion de mieux se présenter, présenter son institution après. Mais présenter en quelques secondes le professeur Komi Agboka, qui vient d'arriver, qui se joint à nous. Merci beaucoup. Donc, le professeur Agboka nous vient de l'Université de Lomé au Togo. Université de Lomé au Togo, où il est le directeur du WASCAL. Donc, le WASCAL qui est un centre ouest africain qui travaille sur les changements climatiques. Donc, tous les fellows qui touchent un peu aux aspects ou aux questions liées au changement climatique, n'hésitez pas à mettre la main sur lui.
durant ces quelques jours qui vont suivre. Il aura l'occasion la semaine prochaine avec les autres hubs. Le Wascal, on est en discussion avec le Wascal, peut-être un des hubs justement qui va accueillir les fellows pour leur terrain. OK, merci beaucoup. Donc, nous allons aller en pause maintenant. On a environ 25 minutes de pause. On revient ici à 11 heures pour pouvoir suivre le prochain panel qui va faire le lien entre les connaissances endogènes. On revient à 11h30. Donc, et les politiques publiques. Merci, à tout à l'heure. Thank you for rejoining your chair. Please have it. Session will resume. Thank you to have a seat. So thank you and welcome back from the break. This session is a panel. The panel is on integrating indigenous knowledge into Africa's public policy spheres. And the panel is chaired by Nanzozi Mwanga, coming from Uganda. And in the panel, we have two speakers. The first one is Priscilla Santao from Kenya, and Ngwe Osia from Eswatini. So I'm gonna give the microphone to the chair to start the panel. This panel is an hour and 30 minutes. So I'll let you organize the speakers so that we have also enough time for questions. It's okay? Okay. So, Priscilla, thank you. Okay, you have the microphone.
Good afternoon. No, not yet afternoon. Good morning. First of all, I'd like to welcome our two panelists. And without preempting their presentation on the different topics, one of the things that we have been discussing over the last couple of days, even though I've been sitting at the back, is the idea and the form and substance of indigenous knowledge. More importantly, how that indigenous knowledge can be safeguarded and not be as fragile as it is right now. And one of the ways, of course, is ensuring that that knowledge is not only within the policy sphere, but that in some instances it can also be policy leading. As I said, without necessarily preempting my two presenters here, a couple of questions which I hope will guide not only their presentation, but also in terms of our own conversation afterwards. If we accept that indigenous knowledge is a hidden asset, what will it take to ensure that it is recognized as such by policymakers? And to make sure that it's equal in a lot of ways to so-called Western knowledge and in shaping development agendas. On my left, I have Portia, if you don't mind, I think I'll stop right there, who's a senior lecturer at the University of Eswatini and is a member of the Codestria Scientific Committee. On my right, I have Priscilla Sentau, former head of Division of Child and Adolescent Health, Ministry of Health in Kenya. I would like to start off by inviting, first of all, the person whose name I have not completed, Portia, to open the ground in terms of us not only looking at indigenous knowledge for its own sake, but as a way and possibility of influencing policies.
Thank you very much. Good morning, Sanbonani. I wish I could speak Swahili, but yeah. The title of my presentation is Integrating Indigenous Knowledge into Africa's Public Policy. I will focus on the case of Eswatini, but of course this applies to Africa as a whole. So as a way of introducing my paper, I would like to begin this presentation with an anecdote. A year ago, I had a serious problem, and I had to undergo medical procedure with my, dental issues. And you know very well that the dental formula is very important, more especially for ladies. You wanna give that smile, you wanna be presentable. So I underwent that medical procedure, and when I was discharged after a few days, the pain that I experienced was excruciating. I couldn't sleep, I couldn't eat. And then my uncle, who's a traditional healer, came to my rescue. He made, different concoctions using African herbs. And I drank that thing, one of those things it was called umhlabelo. South Africans might be aware of what I'm talking about. And within a few hours, I could feel the difference. I was healed like completely. And the following day I went cycling, just like that. And what am I trying to say here? Traditional healing method is not primitive. And it is indigenous knowledge that is deeply rooted into Africa's history and environment.
Yet much of this wisdom is sidelined in modern policymaking. Shouldn't Africa build its future with one foot firmly grounded in its past? Although in this paper, I'm focusing on African indigenous knowledge and public policy generally. Like I said, the focus is on Eswatini, and it's in the knowledge of what you call health domain. I'm a historian, so I think it is very important that we look at, what I mentioned here as historicizing and conceptualizing indigenous knowledge in Africa. Indigenous knowledge in Africa is not a novel phenomenon. It represents the accumulative body of cultural practices, beliefs, ecological wisdom, and socio-political norms transmitted across generations since time immemorial. It has historically underpinned African systems of agriculture, medicine, governance, conflict resolution, and environmental stewardship. What is relatively new is the formal conceptualization of indigenous knowledge as a distinct category within international development discourse and African scholarship and global knowledge politics. This reframing dates largely from the late 20th century, when international organizations like UNESCO and the World Bank and post-colonial scholars began to recognize indigenous knowledge's contribution to sustainable development, biodiversity conservation, and cultural identity. Let us now look at the greatest challenge of integrating indigenous knowledge into policy in Africa. The greatest challenge of integrating indigenous knowledge in government policy in Africa is actually complex. Africa seems to suffer from internationalized inferiority and hypocrisy with their own, indigenous knowledge. We tend to look down upon our indigenous knowledge. And of course, this is unlike, Asian countries where they have embraced it. And as I'm speaking today, some of you have taken Chinese herbs, they're taking them as, for medical reasons. So as Africans, we need to be encouraged to also do the same. Now, why integrate indigenous knowledge into policy? With increasing emphasis on Afrocentricity today, indigenous knowledge provides us with cultural legitimacy. In Africa, policies resonate better when they reflect community values and practices within the context of our culture and tradition. It is sustainable as indigenous farming, fishing, and ecological practices are adapted to local ecosystem. Its health benefits are enormous, with over 70% of Africans rely on traditional medicine for primary health care. It also favors climate resilience because it provides time-tested strategies for managing droughts, floods, soil fertility, etc. It is also cost-effective in terms of as it relies less on expensive imported technologies. So let us now turn into the case of Eswatini. Indigenous knowledge and health and the health picture in Eswatini. Traditional or indigenous medicine is fairly widespread in Eswatini, and there have been efforts to incorporate aspects of it into public health policy. It is estimated that a large share of Swazi population consult traditional healers, and we have over 80% of the people in Eswatini who use traditional medicines or who consult traditional healers. There are an estimated 8,000 traditional healers operating in the country, with a population of just roughly 1.2 million people. So traditional practices continue to be culturally important in rural areas. And of course, traditional healers are, accessible and often first contact health providers for many illnesses. Now, there are different kinds of, traditional practices. So traditional healers' methods include the use of medical plants, herbs, divination, drawing of the bones, rituals, the spiritual aspects, and a mixture of medicinal material. Now, these practices have attracted research interest in better documentation and scientific evaluation of medicinal plants in Eswatini. For example, we have the Eswatini Institute for Research in Traditional Medicine. It's part of the University of Eswatini. And it is mandated to conduct multidisciplinary research on indigenous plants and how those plants are used for medicines. So in public health research, some pilot efforts have involved training traditional healers to even distribute HIV. HIV, can you hear me? Okay. HIV self kits to their clients, indicating that health planners see potential roles for healers in bridging the gaps in formal care. Of course, this comes with, challenges and tensions. So the first challenge is that the integration between traditional healers and formal health services is, it's not seamless. Some health facilities may refuse those samples or not even accept the referrals from the traditional healers. Concerns exist around safety, regulation, and quality control of herbal remedies and the claims made by traditional healers. Another issue is biodiversity, the use of wildlife, which is, a threat, and there are calls for regulation to control, also over harvesting of species used for medicinal practices. Traditional knowledge is often passed, orally, and it is under-documented, making preservation, protection, and standardized integration more difficult. Like the example I said earlier, my uncle, he refused to give us the recipe to do that, to make that concoction. So they're keeping it to themselves. Now, let us now look at traditional medicine in Eswatini's government policy and institutional frameworks. Eswatini has made some formal policy commitments and institutional steps towards acknowledging traditional medicine with and mixing it with modern health systems. Though there is progress, but it is partial and many challenges remain. So the policy inclusion and mandates include the following. One, the National Health Sector Policy of Eswatini includes a statement that the health sector shall collaborate with traditional medicine practitioners. Number two, the National Pharmaceutical Policy for Eswatini articulates that the government aims to maximize the use of positive aspects and minimize the negative consequences of traditional and complementary medicine in the provision of health care services. Among its goals are to initiate consultations with traditional health practitioners, foster collaboration, and set mechanisms for oversight of safety and efficacy. The last point, the Eswatini pharmacovigilance policy explicitly covers herbal medicines, traditional and alternative remedies as part of its safety monitoring mandate. That is adverse effects, interactions, and unknown reactions of traditional remedies. Those are to be tracked. Now let us look at the challenges in implementation. Though the policies exist, actual operational integration and regulation are less assured. The policies often speak of developing or initiating frameworks for regulation rather than presenting fully functioning systems. There is no evidence of a fully established national regulatory body dedicated to traditional healing or herbal medicine with strong enforcement powers. The proposals for collaboration are often aspirational. Success depends heavily on political will, resources, capacity to regulate, and bridging cultural knowledge divides between conventional biomedical professionals and traditional healers. So in practice, when traditional healers are engaged in some operational, for instance, with this HIV testing support, some operational challenges emerge, like the health facilities actually refusing those samples. So conclusion and reflections. Traditional medicine is popular and pervasive in Eswatini, especially in the rural and culturally rooted settings. Many people continue to use traditional healers and herbal remedies as part of their health-seeking behavior. The government has made policy-level commitments to recognize traditional medicine, embedding collaboration in the health policy and pharmaceutical policy. However, those commitments are not yet fully realized in strong enforceable regulatory standardized traditional practices. So the biggest challenges include ensuring safety, quality control, bridging cultural and scientific epistemologies, resources constraints, and conserving biodiversity threatened by over-harvesting of medicinal species. So what are the takeaways from this presentation as I conclude? The first one is that indigenous knowledge is not outdated, but it is a living resource. Number two, integration means partnership, not replacement of one system by another. Number three, policymakers must ensure that indigenous knowledge holders are the decision makers, not just informants. Number five, indigenous knowledge is essential for Africa's sustainable development, climate resilience, cultural dignity, solving conflicts, issues. So with that, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for that presentation. I'm not going to summarize because I think I'd rather have our next speaker present, and then we can have more time for discussion, and also in terms of trying to tease out some of the commonalities in both of the presentations. So without much ado, I'd like to present and invite Priscilla Santau to give her presentation.
Good morning. Habari zenu. And asubaboke, that is in Kimasai. And asubaboke, you say Epa. Happy to be here. Sometimes I feel, what do we say in medicine, ectopic. You are in the wrong place. When you say this lady has had an ectopic pregnancy, the pregnancy has grown outside the uterus, not in the uterus. But I guess I can fit here also. So before I continue, let me just pose a question. How many of you dads were in the delivery room when your kid was born? Hands up. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Imagine 5 out of 200 people. Okay, next question. Next question is, how many of you ladies would you have liked your partner to have been there in the delivery room with you? Okay. I can see this generation is a bit more open. Those gentlemen who were in the delivery room, what was your experience? Traumatic. You could see how traumatic the process is. Is it? Professor Adesina, how was it? Professor Sesati, how was it? Yeah. Okay. So those ladies whose partners were there in the delivery room, how many were your partners in the delivery room? One, two, very few. Yeah. How did you feel? The lady from Kibabi. How did you feel? You felt supported. You felt supported. Okay. So usually in Africa, labor and delivery is a woman's process, isn't it? Okay, now when I go to, I think COVID taught us Africans a lot of things that you have resources which you can turn to when you have nowhere to turn to as far as health is concerned. And that's why there's been an interest in this bridging the gap between Western medicine and traditional medicine so that we can benefit from both sides, not to exclude one part and just say this side is a better part. But before you say, I want my treatment to be in the policy, just think of what happens before that medicine, which you are using like Panadol. You are using Panadol every day for your headache. What process it took to be there? First of all, there are what we call phases. You identify a molecule. They identify a molecule, this molecule is going to work, and it is a potential drug. So it is identified as a potential effective molecule, but you have to undergo stages before it goes to the patient. So the next stage we call preclinical studies. These are lab studies where the molecule is tested in lab animals, in cells, to answer questions about properties. How is it absorbed? How is it distributed in the body? How is it broken down in the body? How is it excreted or eliminated in the body? What are the potential toxicities of this molecule? So that is part one. Many of you may not have heard about the thalidomide story. How many have heard about thalidomide? Yes. This drug was used by pregnant women in the 60s, and they delivered babies without arms or legs. You can imagine the trauma. So if I am that doctor who prescribed thalidomide to that lady and she had a child who had no arms or legs, how do I sleep at night? You feel very bad. So doctors have to think many times before they say, Hub X must now be in the policy. So after the preclinical studies, we now go to the area of what we call clinical research, which has four phases. You have phase 0, where small doses of that molecule are given to a few healthy people to get preliminary data. So you get a few volunteers who agree, I will take this medicine so that you can gather preliminary data. Once that is done, now you get a larger group of healthy volunteers to assess the safety, the dosage range, and identify any side effects. And these healthy volunteers must not be women of reproductive age, because you don't know if the medicine is going to cause anything to a growing fetus. So you have the healthy volunteers they have taken, you have decided which is the safe dosage range, and if there are side effects, these are the side effects. Can I deal with the side effects? Then we go to phase 2, where it is tested in a larger group of patients who have the condition it aims to treat, to evaluate its effectiveness and assess further side effects. So you say this molecule is going to treat malaria. So you get people who have been tested who have malaria. They have no other illness. Their kidneys are working well. Their liver is working well. Their blood is okay. You give them this medicine and you see if their parasites disappear. And then you collect data. And you don't only do that in maybe 10 patients or 100 patients or 1,000 patients. You do it in multiple centers. You do it in America, in Asia, in Africa, so that you can know how different populations respond to this molecule. Because some populations might have more side effects in this area, maybe in kidney function or maybe in liver function, and you need to document all those. So when you have collected these phase 3 trials, you can now apply for your drug to be registered to a regulator like an FDA, and you give him, the regulator, all this data you collected from preclinical trials, phase 0 trials, phase 1 and phase 3. So it could be a whole cabinet of data. So these people are going to sit down and review this data rigorously and say, okay, this drug is now safe to be marketed to the public for the treatment of XYZ. So you can see that from discovery to marketing to the public, a number of years have gone. And you can trust, if I prescribe this drug to you, you can trust that this has undergone rigorous testing, okay? And you can, and me, I have confidence that if I'm prescribing this medicine, it is safe, and that you will not come back and tell me your drug made me feel worse, because there are side effects which you are told. So when we think of herbal medicine or traditional medicine, of course, you don't expect all these rigorous steps to take place, because they will say, I have this tree or bark, which I know treats this illness. And my grandmother has used it, we have used it, and I know we can use it to treat this illness. So you come and you tell me, I want you to prescribe this herb to my patient. For me, I don't know your herb. Okay, you have boiled the bark. It has helped people, but what we would call in science, these are anecdotal reports, because they have not been tested in, we can say they have not been tested in a controlled way. So because I don't know your herb and all this, I would not be comfortable prescribing it. So I've boiled this tree, but you have this concoction. You don't know how many molecules or active ingredients are in this concoction. And of the many molecules in this concoction, which one is the actual active ingredient? You see? So that becomes a bit of a problem. So in Kenya, we tried to register traditional herbalists so that they can be part of the health system around the early 2000s. But there was a bit of, they were fearing, they were told, bring your herbs or whatever to be tested in our research institute, which we call Kenya Medical Research Institute, so that it can be documented and say, okay, we have now tested this herb and we know that these are the active ingredients and can be given by the traditional healer. So they feared that these are my intellectual property. I will give away, then somebody else will take the intellectual property, which is my own. So it sort of died because of the mistrust between the herbalists and the KEMRI and the government and all that. So it becomes a bit a problem to do that sometimes because of this mistrust. So why did I ask about how many of you are in the delivery room? Has there been something in Kenya? What I can say has been a policy which originated from the traditional now to be part of the health policy. One of the things we grappled with for a long time are maternal deaths, deaths during delivery, poor outcomes during delivery, because women were not coming to deliver in hospital, because the hospital environment was sort of hostile to the women who are coming to deliver. So when people went back to the women and the communities, finding out why don't you like coming to deliver in hospital, they say we get harsh treatment, we have nobody to support us, and they prefer to go to the traditional midwives. Okay, like even in the slums, there are traditional midwives, and they prefer to go there because this traditional midwife will cook for you porridge, look after you, even make sure your clothes are washed, look after you like your mother, and until you deliver and you go home. Now in a hospital where maybe they're having 20 deliveries a day with 2 midwives, when do they have time to look after you like that? So that was a problem why we were not having many hospital deliveries, because of the poor attitude maybe of the health staff, or they are overworked and all that. So one of the policies was that, why don't we use these traditional midwives so that they can support these women in their pregnancy journey and bring them to hospital? Okay, so I am in this community. Madam X is a midwife in this community. They were actually trained. They were told, come, you can follow this woman, bring her to the clinic. They were even given stipends, bring her to the clinic. When she starts labor, you come with her, you stay with her, you support her until she delivers and goes home. So that is now in the policy of what we call birth companions. Now, so that is from the community to the health policy of, it is now good for every mother who is pregnant to have what we call a birth plan, and have a birth companion who can accompany her during this journey of pregnancy, labor, delivery, and postpartum. And that has increased hospital deliveries. We used to have less than 40%, but now it's around 60%. So that is one of the outcomes. When I look at the social media in the West, many dads want to be in the delivery room and support their wives. In Africa, usually you have a bigger support system. You can have your aunt, your mother, or whatever. But sometimes in the West, you are alone only with your husband and all that. So this is somebody who can support you when you are in that period. And actually, this issue of birth companions and support of women during pregnancy and delivery is very important, because I know in some communities, when a lady is pregnant, from the second trimester onwards, she's allowed to go back to her mother's home to stay there until she delivers, until maybe after 6 weeks, she can come back when she is stronger. I don't know how many of your communities do that, but that happens a lot, I've seen. So that's where we have integrated the traditional to the Western health, and it has made an impact in outcomes for pregnancy, labor, and delivery. Now, another area where traditional not traditional medicine, but traditional practices have been used to improve outcomes is the area in the treatment of TB, especially in hard to reach areas. In hard to reach areas, the hospitals are far, and the treatment for TB, the first, long ago it used to be 1 or 2 months injection. Nowadays, we are no longer doing injections, but at least you need 2 months of intensive treatment where somebody actually sees you swallowing the tablets. So they developed what they called TB Manyatas. Manyata is a Maasai name for a homestead. So they made small shelters near the hospital where the TB patient can stay for the 2 months, and a carer from the family can come, support them, maybe cook for them so that they don't feel isolated from their families, and they can finish the intensive treatment for TB. When you treat TB very well, then you don't have these resistant strains coming up in the community. So that is one way of we have done to see that what is done traditionally helps in the hospital. So what am I saying about if you want your whatever you are doing in health to be policy? You have 7 months, and I've told you the steps, and don't give up, and just you document what you are doing, because you will have talked to community X, and they have told you this is what we do for this illness, and it has worked for us. It might not be in the policy today, but somebody else can come and take over from where you left. The other thing is that when you try to integrate traditional medicine to Western medicine, this has been tried a lot, and there are three areas of integration. What is called the monocultural. When you say we have monocultural health systems, it assumes that a community is homogeneous. So the dominant culture is the one which should go, and it ignores all the other minorities in that community. The multicultural one welcomes that there are multiple cultures in society, but it still fails to ensure equality among these cultures. The best really is what we is called the intracultural approach, where there is respect, there is understanding, integrating diverse healing systems, including Western medicine and traditional healing practices into a unified healthcare framework. This would be the ideal, as it promotes mutual respect between different knowledge systems, enhances cultural sensitivity within the healthcare, and provides a broad range of culturally appropriate treatments to address the needs of diverse populations. WHO and PAHO have actually trying to increase this by in areas you might find what we call intracultural centers and clinics, where in the hospital there is the Western medicine part, and you go and you are asked, where do you want to be treated? You want to be treated by the traditional medicine, or you want to be treated by the Western medicine? Then you can choose and say, I would like to go to the Western medicine. I would like to go to the traditional medicine. But the countries have to really work on this so that these people are recognized, they are regulated and all that. Because it is not that every traditional healer is honest. It has become also an income generating activity. So anybody can say, I have herbs, I have this, I have this. So everything you have to take with a pinch of salt. So if you want to increase access, think about that way. What I see really happening in the future for us to gain from both parts is that as African countries, we have the Western way of treating patients. Many doctors are trained in Western medicine, but when you compare the population of doctors, traditional doctors and Western trained doctors in Africa, you can't compare, because like in 2000, Zimbabwe had 4,000 traditional healers and 1,400 doctors. So for Zimbabwe, they had a doctor-patient population in traditional medicine of 1 in 500, while for Western doctors, they had 1 to 40,000 population. In Kenya, we have now about 1 to 10,000 population. So always we will have people going to the traditional medicine. And there are herbs, there are treatments which work, and it is good to document them. I have this book is written in Kimasai, and it has many things about Maasai culture, the medicines they use for ABCD, the governance, the crime and punishment, the age sets and all that. So this man documented the medicines which are taken for whatever condition. So even if whatever you are researching is not in botanical terms, write in your language. Document it in your language. Maybe it will come another day and somebody can say, this is the botanical name is XYZ, but you have documented, you are the first person to document in your language and say, what it has to get it like that. So as I conclude, Africa is rich. We actually, you people are actually at, I can say you are at the crossroads. You are at the crossroads because we are at an area, at a time when we feel we have to recognize our own strength, our own knowledge as Africans, and actually own it. So I am very proud of this class, and I hope even when we are not here in the future, we will have gained from your input. Thank you very much.
Please join me in thanking both our presenters before we go into the questions and answers, and give them a round of applause. The two presentations are different, but the same, in the sense that both highlight something that is very important to the issue of indigenous knowledge, the fact that it is fragile. And the fact that most of it lives in oral traditions, and that in many ways it is in the memories of elders and practices of women and communities who rarely have a seat at the policymaking table. Now, given that that is a reality, and I think both presenters have actually highlighted this very well, despite the progress that's been made in Eswatini, for example, in terms of trying to bring indigenous knowledge into policy making, by and large, it is still a process. We also found that in Kenya, for example, despite the attempts to ensure that whether it's through the treatment of TB or through women's labor and childbirth, that there's been change, nonetheless, again, there's a sense whereby it remains the preserve of certain individuals. So as we go into the question and answer session, I want us to be a bit more intentional in terms of trying to find ways in which not only your research is going to be relevant, but how it can alter the way in which we do policy making and ensure that it's part and parcel of what goes on. How do you avoid, for example, appropriation and exploitation? All of us here in some way and at some time during the COVID-19 must have been affected. In Uganda, we found a drug it was not a new drug. It was something that had been used for years and years to deal with all sorts of colds and influenza. But then the fear of appropriation meant that it became, COVID-X became not widespread, and everyone was claiming that they actually were the ones who had invented it. So in order to avoid those kinds of scenarios, and the way in which the information and the knowledge that you're generating not only goes over and ensures that it goes into policy, how do you, first of all, give rightful ownership to the communities that hold that knowledge? How do you protect them? And how do you ensure that it just doesn't become a relic of the past, but something that is living, a resource for African use and African ideas and attempt to deal with development issues? The presentations, both of them, I think, give us hope that something is being done, but it seems to be baby steps. And maybe what I'm trying to challenge you as researchers is, how do we move from the lengthy process which it takes, I think, that we've been told, then you do the trial and the third one and so on and so forth. Many of us, and I think her example was, she was feeling pain. Somebody came, gave her something to drink, and she was fine. Does it need, or have we been conditioned that it needs for it to go through 5, 6, 7 steps? I think it's a condition. It's a way in which we've been conditioned to think that unless it's gone through those steps, it is not scientific. How can we traverse that and ensure that what we know and what we have tried and what is tried and tested can actually be used at the time when it is needed? And I want to open up for your questions, being that the idea is, how do we preserve indigenous knowledge in ways that respect the culture, but without making it a lengthy process that we're going back to the issue of whether it's scientific or not? Secondly, what models and frameworks do you see? And based on the presentations, which I think both give us a diverse approach? How do you ensure that communities, for example, especially women and young people, who by and large are the custodians of this knowledge, retain that ownership? Whether it is the way in which women are allowed to give birth, whether it is treating pain that people have knowledge of. Everybody here, I'm sure, has a story that you've gone to the village, you felt ill or something, and somebody said, don't worry about it, and went somewhere, picked some grass, gave it to you to chew, and gave you some water, and you were fine. Now, the issue here is, do we need to go through the rigorous process in order for it to be real and to be effective for the use of Africans within our own context? I open up the floor for questions to both our presenters, and I'm sure we might not come up with a solution at the end of this, but at least we would have teased out some of the most important things that we need. Thank you.
Thank you, presenters, for an insightful presentations. My name is Jane Senga from Tanzania. And my question is, when we advocate for indigenous knowledge, including traditional healing practices, we are often required to strike a balance, like you said, respecting cultural heritage, and as well as protecting our communities' health and rights. However, some practices sometimes are harmful. There are some harmful traditional healing practices, but some have proven to be beneficial and culturally meaningful. Now, my question is, how can we, or what strategies can we use to best inform policymakers as far as integrating indigenous knowledges and traditional healing practices in formal healthcare system, and at the same time, responsibly respond to harmful traditional healing practices, considering that there is evidence out there shunning harmful traditional healing practices? Thank you.
All right. Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmanuel Adum from Ghana, from the University for Development Studies, School of Pharmacy, Department for Pharmacognosy and Herbal Medicine. So I'm really touched by the presentation from Priscilla and Portia, such that it speaks to me directly. I see a very huge conflict, and I would want Portia to probably give me the understanding of how the medical practice atmosphere is like in your country. Because for my country, the main problem is conflict, in the sense that all the efforts from policy to individual activism on herbal medicine, traditional medicine. By the way, traditional medicine, when we say traditional medicine, we're talking about plant medicine, animal medicine, mineral medicine. Herbal medicine now has found its space as a standalone because there is a lot of research on plant medicine. So we easily adopt plant medicine as a normal than traditional medicine. What is the atmosphere like in your country when it comes to the conflict between medical doctors and herbal practitioners? And now to Priscilla's presentation, I feel a bit of injustice to the traditional practitioners, just like the chair mentioned, that it's anecdotal data or information, not enough for her to practice, because all these systems from pharmacological analysis, preclinical studies is very expensive. My grandfather in the village, who has a lot of knowledge, cannot afford even the first step of that process. So I want to ask again, is our anecdotal experiences not enough for us to accept this practice and make it a norm? Thank you.
Okay. My name is Daniel. I'm from Nigeria. So for me, so it goes in two folds or three. So the first goes to from Posha's presentation about when she talked about biodiversity and natural selection. Sometimes some traditional medicine or practices becomes an endangerment to animal species because they are special, and to get them becomes problematic, and in the process push them into extinction. So how can we, so which leads to my first question. So how do you balance that in such a way that these special animals are not kept into or led into extinction because we are trying to integrate African traditional medicine into healing system? That's one. Second question. On the first day, one of the judges or one of the presenters talked about he not being able to come here, but he was pat on the back and was giving such of relief and those kind of things. So that's a practice that worked for those ones, and it's been effective. You could only convince one person. Even him, he was skeptical about it. How do you take such practices and put in front of policymakers and say such practices should be practiced in hospitals? People come around to send themselves in front of those people to speak at them or to solve some sort of bad thing into the policy system. That would be the second question. So the third question is going to be translating this policy into the level of even just going beyond Africa. So if you look at African Union's policy on health issues, which probably terminates by 2030, you don't see an integration of African traditional medicine in it. And if you are to fight for Africa, put Africa at the forefront, that should change. So what steps or measures are already taken currently to ensure that when these new policies are reevaluated towards the African Union's agenda of 2063, traditional medicine knowledge is integrated so that we can start taking it serious, and now those can be pushed into policies for other countries in Africa? Thank you.
We take one more question, they respond, and then we take another set of questions.
Okay, good afternoon. Wilkista Wefwila from Kenya. And my first question is how do we plan on supporting indigenous knowledge in medicine apart from registration? Maybe, for instance, for it to go through policy, we need something like a laboratory or also a university that deals with indigenous knowledge alone, so that we can have confidence in while handling the indigenous knowledge. And then my second question, how do you plan to moderate the market? Because you can find someone like he or she has over 50 species. And I can tell you for sure, there is no way you can study all the 50 species and know which type of diseases it cures. Now, how are we going to moderate the market on selling of these indigenous herbal medication? Because also having handled clinical experience, especially in children, I've experienced that I've been brought children who dies in my hand because of herbal medication. How are we going to moderate? And then how are we going to incorporate into our modern world? Because whether we like it or not, the modern world can help us intensify the research on the indigenous knowledge and herbal, in that it will provide platform maybe for analysis. And then just a curious question. You were talking about the procedure you go through before you allow medicine to be used in the hospital. I'm just curious of how this cancer treatment got into the hospital, and according to my knowledge, it is really failing us. I would like you to respond to that because it is affecting so many people. Thank you.
I'd like to hand over first of all to Portia to begin with the responses.
Thank you very much for the questions and comments. First of all, I must indicate that I'm not a medical doctor. I'm also not, I'm just a historian, a political historian for that matter. To answer some of your questions concerning harmful traditional practices, I think it's simple, it's straightforward. We want life, we want health, so we take what is good, what works for us. I want to believe that the use of traditional medicine has evolved. I mean, it evolved over time. And as African societies, back then, pre-colonial, colonial, up to present, it has actually evolved. So we take what is good and abandon the traditional practices that are harmful. I would like to make an example different from traditional medicine. For instance, when we look at conflict resolution, how do we do it as Africans? Again, I'll use an example of Eswatini. In Eswatini, we use what you call customary law. There's also what you call Roman law. So the two laws work together. There was a time when teachers were on strike and they were fired because that strike was considered an illegal strike. The courts fired them. So what did they do? They used the traditional route to make sure that they're reinstated. And how did they do it? They went straight to the king's palace, where we have many palaces, but we have the headquarters where the traditional, where the queen mother, who is the mother of the king, lives. That's the headquarters of the palaces. And they went there, they got into the kraal where you keep cows. And they started screaming and shouting, "Oh, Queen Mother, help us. We have been fired." And of course, the Queen Mother said they should be reinstated. So what am I saying? What I'm saying is that there are traditional practices that are actually good for us, that are actually things that we should, embrace, because the Queen Mother is considered as the mother of, the whole nation. She is central. And this also plays a role at the homestead level, where women play that central role. In every Swazi homestead, we have what you call indlu yakagogo, meaning the grandmother's house. And before you embark on any trip, you go to the grandmother's house and ask for traveling nurses. Even if the grandmother is no longer alive, you still go there. So that place, the Queen Mother's palace, the grandmother's house, is a place of refuge. Once, another example is that if a child is, maybe has done something wrong and you want to beat the child, if the child runs to the grandmother's place, grandmother's house, you're not supposed to beat the child. So there are those cultural, traditions that are so central and are very important in our lives. So we should embrace those ones, and of course, abandon the harmful practices. Though I do not have an example of the harmful practices, I'm sure as I'm talking, some of you can think of those practices. Now, another question was on the conflicts between medical doctors and traditional healers. Yes, there is a conflict between the two. And what is the way forward? Personally, I think the way forward is to bring everybody into the table, not to look down upon, you know, the other, because like I said in my conclusion, one part should not replace the other part, but they should work, you know, they should complement each other. So bring everybody into the table, discuss these issues, and forge the way forward. And I also mentioned that the indigenous, this indigenous knowledge information, the informants, they shouldn't be just, you know, treated as informants. You just go there and, you know, get the information and it's over. Bring them into the table, you know, let the decisions be made by these two parties and try and work together. Now, concerning endangered species, balancing, you know, the two. Again, I want us to go back into history. As Africans, we had our own way of life. And we knew when to hunt. We knew when to stop. We knew when to plant this particular crop. And, you know, it's not like everything just came with the West. So what am I saying? There are those practices, for instance, again, going back to Eswatini, we have what we call the Butimba festival. And the Butimba is a hunting practice. And it is not done like, you know, every year. The king would announce when that will be done. And then, of course, the regiments, the men, you know, take your spears, you go for hunting. But of course, you wouldn't go where the lions are. So what I'm saying is that it is controlled. Africans knew when and how to do that. So again, bring everybody into the table, discussing these issues and looking at the way forward to make sure that our environment is protected as well. Thank you.
Thank you for the questions and comments. Just to respond to Emmanuel, it does not mean that anecdotal reports are trashed, because usually something starts with an anecdotal report. Somebody did something, it worked, and say, I'm sure something, this will work. And it usually starts with anecdotal reports, then you follow up. I'll follow up, maybe this actually works. So don't give up on that. Some things start with something small, anecdotal report. Now, we know that we have harmful healing practices in cultures, not only in healing, but in other areas, which should be discouraged. What is good, let us keep and grow. What is bad, let us leave it behind. I know some of the harmful healing practices have come along in my practice. Many, one of them is when an infant has diarrhea, they say this, the traditional healer will go and say, they look at the mouth, see this, the gum where the teeth will finally erupt, and say this child has plastic teeth or false teeth. So they will cut the gum and remove the teeth which was about going to erupt, and they say that is the cure for diarrhea. So at the end of the day, they come to the casualty, their gums are swollen, maybe they have even got tetanus, and you have to deal with that because of the harmful healing practices. Other harmful healing practices which I've seen is when a child is coughing. Kwa Kenya tunasema huyo mtoto ako na kilimi. So mumesikia hivyo? So they say this child, the uvula is too long, is irritating the throat. So the best thing is to cut it. So the people who cut it are usually not in theater or whatever. They are done traditionally in the village. So you come later, they come with, they can't swallow, the place is all swollen, you have to feed them by nasogastric tube. So those things, it just means we have to tell our people that your child could be coughing for a reason. It might not be that the God who created you was not mistaken to put a uvula there at the back of your throat. It has a purpose. So don't cut it. I've seen so many adults with cut uvulas. So we need to discourage those. I've also seen when I was a young doctor in Western Kenya, visiting hours was at 1 p.m. between 1 and 2 p.m. So this child, you left in the morning, well, you went for lunch, you come back. What has happened to this child? Completely changed condition. It's now gasping for breath. Something has happened during the lunch hour. What happened? Somebody came with medicine from home. She was told that the mother was told that the grandmother has come and say, you know, I know this medicine is the one which will treat your child. Maybe the child is having pneumonia or diarrhea or whatever, but they come with the medicine and give the child. So you are trying to resuscitate the child and you see them vomiting something strange, which is neither milk, no food or whatever. So you did not give permission for this child to be given this medicine, but of course you can't control what they do when you are not there. So it needs us to tell our population, our people, about what to do and what not what to do. And when somebody comes to the hospital, I did not come to call you. You came of your own free will. That already is, you are asking for help. So when you come for help, you get the help which I know best how to give you, and I'll give you that help. I remember in the mid-90s, before we had real access to ARVs. ARVs were costing about 60,000 shillings a month for a patient. So families had to support each other to buy. So there was this lady who came and we said, now you'll need the ARVs. She said, the family said, fine, we will support her with the ARVs. But before we look for all that money, we want to try, we know a doctor who treats this with the, there are doctors who treat traditionally this condition. So please give us a month, we go and we try this traditional medicine. Said, fine, you go and try your traditional medicine. You can come when you are ready. So they went, stayed away for a month. When they came back, it's a completely different scenario. This lady weighed 87 kilograms, but when she came, she was weighing 47 kilograms. She could hardly stand, having diarrhea, having TB. It was a nightmare for me to treat this lady. Trying to treat her for TB, she was reacting to all the TB drugs. Try to desensitize her so that she can take the TB drugs. But finally she made it. So we don't force people to take the Western medicine. You make a choice and you go. So as I said earlier, I'm not here to tell you that the traditional treatments must undergo the rigorous steps which I mentioned. I just mentioned for your information to tell you how the medicine reaches you. So obviously we can't expect the traditional medicine to undergo these rigorous steps, but if they are regulated and we have a intracultural system of health where you have a parallel system of treatment by herbal medicine and Western medicine, this would be the best way, like they do in China or in Asian countries where you can, in India, you can go for Ayurvedic medicine or you can go to Western medicine and all that. So that would be the best way to be in both worlds. Then there is, somebody said about how do you regulate and these things? I think in Africa, we have a big problem of governance, isn't it? Governance. That's where we fail. We have good laws. Countries have good laws, they have good policies, everything, but we fail at enforcing, implementation. So even those people who are making mistakes, if they have enough money, they can get away with it. Isn't it? Am I talking to someone? We say a fish rots from the head. So if we have poor governance, then we cannot, the young people are the ones to improve this. In our country, we had a Gen Z revolution last year.
Can we have the last two questions?
So let us have a Gen Z change the governance in Africa. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Can we have the last two questions? I see we have 5 minutes exactly. So 2 questions. Okay, 3 questions. Oh, okay, 3.5 questions. Let's start from this end here. And then the other 2 there. And then there's a half one right at the back. And if we can make it quick, we'll be within the 5 minutes. Thank you.
Okay, good morning. My name is Tengu Nomshan from Nigeria. I want to appreciate Priscilla for your presentation. I enjoyed when you talk about integration of the traditional health system with that of former one in Kenya. You see, there is this thing in Nigeria that we call JD. I don't know how it's called in English. I have never met a doctor that will say, oh, we can cure JD. You born a child, they have that problem. Almost every child born has the problem. Start having wounds at the anus, stomach pain, several things, complications following. But they will never tell you in the hospital that, look, we can't treat this. They will always be giving you some drugs. The problem will be becoming worse until somebody will advise you, look, this thing is JD. Stop going to the hospital. Go to somewhere, get your child healed. So we... Okay.
Good afternoon. My name is Naishia Stanley from Tanzania. And my question goes to Dr. Santau. You explained about how you're integrating the traditional medicine into the modern medicine. Now my question is, and I'm asking this from heritage manager point of view, how do you make sure that the authenticity of the culture does not change? For example, in Maasai community now, they use the medicine to reduce the pain during circumcision. But when you go to the community, you see those people who are circumcised with those medicine, they are taken as if they are not the real Maasai men. Now, it's like the professionals are the catalyst of the traditional changes in our society. So I just wanted to know how we can make sure that the authenticity does not change.
Right, that we only have 3 questions. So we have one more right at the back, right there. And then we'll have to call it a day.
Good afternoon. My name is Mbali Twala. I'm from South Africa. Thank you, speakers, for the presentation today. My question is in an attempt to also romanticize traditional medicine, especially in the context of capitalist modernity, where people can exploit and desperate people to get money. How can we ensure that we protect and advocate for the correct medicine, but also make sure that what happened with the Rhodesia cactus, a traditional medicine that was appropriated by big pharmaceutical companies, does not keep happening, which also contributes to overharvesting? Thank you.
Osha? 1 minute.
Okay, I'm from the Maasai community, so when you say that they are no longer authentic because they are taking Panadol for pain or Brufen for pain, we are in a changing generation. While they would have gone to the hubs to get the painkiller, maybe it is now easier to get Brufen from the hospital. So let us also embrace change.
Thank you. Portia?
Thank you very much for the comments and the questions. I think that the fact that Codesra has created this platform, it's a very good thing. And we are now supposed to go back to our community and try to answer the questions that have been, raised here. It is our responsibility as researchers, as academics, and as people that have benefited from this platform. So let's just work together and try to answer those questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this panel. I think I'm going to bring it to a close. I have half a minute, so I'm going to use that half minute just to highlight just a couple of things. And one of them, of course, is that apart from the harmful practices and the need to maybe find a way of identifying those, the issue of trust seems to be coming up over and over again in terms of the use of traditional medicine, traditional knowledge and traditional treatments. The second one is that it is no longer a question of waiting for acknowledgement, but rather the way in which you do your research is going to help to bring this knowledge much closer to being integrated into policy arena. Getting into policy is difficult enough in normal ways. Most of us do research and you find it 5, 10 years later asking you to do the same research you did 10 years ago, and it's on somebody's shelf. So using the opportunity to be able to break that ceiling and be able to ensure that it becomes part of policy and maybe even driving policy is something that you will have to work out as to how you do it. But the importance, and I think I leave you this message coming from both of these presentations, is how it's important to integrate this knowledge shift in Africa and how this will help to shift Africa from a state of dependency to one of resilience and being able to govern and determine the course of our own future. Thank you very much.
Thank you, and please join me thanking the panel for this interesting discussion. So it's time for lunch break, and before the break, just two housekeeping matters. The first one is someone forgot her or his headphone somewhere, so you come with the proof that it's yours, and then I will give it to you. I saw two hands, so no, this is black. Yes. So I need an ID and some kind of proof. Yes. The second thing is I just wanted to remind the fellows that you received a few days ago the list of all of the topics from your colleagues. So I'm encouraging you to look at the topics closely. You had also the opportunity during the last days to discuss and exchange with your colleagues. It's important because tomorrow we'll put you in a working groups, and you have to go in a group based on your interest on other people's topic. So take a look at the topic and start thinking about with whom you can work tomorrow in the working group. Okay, so we'll come back to that tomorrow afternoon, but start looking at the topics, start exchanging with your fellows, and see, which topic interests you, with whom you can start your work, because the second week will be a lot of group working. Thank you. So we'll see you back here at 1 o'clock. Sorry, at 2 o'clock. We'll see you back here at 2 o'clock for the last session of the day. Thank you. Have a nice lunch.
Yes. Yes, yes. It's a time for lunch.
Même si le ciel tombait, du tombeau la paix. Andiamo a abitare con lei. Andiamo a abitare con lei. Isiku ayam, sampai triponan, messi dan siapa ditunggu nongkrong. Andiamo a abitare con lei. Andiamo a abitare con lei. Yo ala kutekin tuan, yo ala hatu jam anda. Yo ala hatu jam kuburi, yo ala hatu jam kubanda. Lalu tijo dan Même si le ciel tombait, du tombeau la paix. Siamo africani, non laica. Siamo africani, Ibu ayah, sampai diponar, mesti dan kita di tombo nonton. Siamo africani, siamo africani. Yo ala fukatin sibai, yo ala hatu jam korwanda. Yo ala hatu jam korwandi, yo ala hatu jam korwanda. Tahu video na.
Hello, 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 hello. So start having a seat. Can you please all have your seat? Very second. Can everyone hear me? Please take a seat. We'll start in 30 seconds. So welcome back from the lunch. Do I have your attention? Thank you. Welcome back from the lunch. The session we're going to start now is titled Research and Evidence Mobilization Skills with a focus on indigenous knowledge research. And it's a presentation by Robin Reed, who is coming from the Mastercard Foundation. But before introducing her, I'm going to leave the microphone for Ayo, who is going to say a few words. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayemi. Hello, everyone. Did you have lunch? Okay, so we know what that means. We know what a class that immediately follows lunch, what it can look like. My role is to introduce our main facilitator for today. But let me start by saying we acknowledge this space as the space for Codestria and AFRIAK. We have only borrowed these 2 hours. And we want to especially thank Codestria for allowing us to take these 2 hours to speak to you about one thing that is very critical to the work that we do. This is Codestria and AFRIAK projects we are only supporting, so we're not the owner of this podium. At the Mastercard Foundation, we have something we call our research strategy. And part of our research strategy is what we call our research principle or our research principles. And in that, one of those principles is that we will support research. The research that we will support will be one that is meant for impact. There are all sorts of research, and they are valid in their own way, but we would be interested in supporting research that is for impact. Another of our principles is that we want research findings to find their way back to the community. I can see some of that already appearing in the conversations that we're having today, that the community people, those people we sometimes call rural, local, they are the owner of the knowledge. And when this knowledge is packaged by us, by you, we want it to get back to them. Now that sounds nice and simple. Somebody was talking about ethics earlier on and axiology and research, yeah, that is part of it, is part of justice in one of the three principles of research ethics, right? But we know that sometimes that is easy to say and to agree and to clap about when we are sitting down like this. When it gets to now doing it, it becomes a bit difficult. For research to have impact, it must find its way to the table and the conversations and the consciousness of policy actors, people whose opinions can make things happen. And they are not just policymakers in the parliament and so on. Anybody who is able to influence others at all can be a policy actor. And we want our research to be tailored towards those people. They may be the street level advocates, as somebody called them, maybe the women's leader, maybe people, not only people in parliament. Those ones are important. We want to reach them as well. How are we thinking about this? All of these things I've described are part of what we call knowledge mobilization, or in the language of MasterCard Foundation, what we call research and evidence mobilization. Experience and research have shown that when we try to take our research to these people, it can get a bit complicated and frustrating and counterproductive. But then there are also learnings that are coming. And we have invited Robin Reed, who would take us through this session, these 2 hours of some talk, but a lot of activities. I just thought I should warn you that it's going to get to a time where you are going to say bye-bye to your seat. I don't want to tell you what you will be doing and where you will be going. But it's not going to be outside of Kigali, so you come here. Robin Reed leads our work in research and evidence mobilization. We work together with Ibrahim Mwanda here, this young man here, with Karin. Karin, do you want to wave to my people? Yeah, with Karin and others who are not here. And the major thing that Robin does is just to support our partners and researchers like you here to amplify the findings and the outcome of your research so that it can influence policy and thereby produce impact. As we speak here, a group of policy actors and our colleagues in Nigeria are discussing some issues around access to finance by young entrepreneurs. Again, if you remember when I introduced the foundation yesterday, I said we are aiming at enabling 30 million young people to access dignified and fulfilling work opportunities by the year 2030. One of the pathways we are supporting is entrepreneurship. And if I ask you here, what do you think is one of the big problems facing entrepreneurs in Africa? You'll get the answer right: access to finance. So Robin had gone into literature, from research, and from what we are learning as a foundation to pull together what we are learning as obstacles to access to finance for young entrepreneurs on the continent. And this week, it is the subject of important discussions among lawmakers, investors, people in the private industry, and our colleagues in Nigeria. They put that evidence on the table and they are talking around it. That is what the kind of thing that we're talking about. I'm going to stop here, but just to say, Robin feels a little odd. I think for the first time in her life, she thinks she's a minority. But Robin is very white in skin, but really, really African heart. And I'm very happy to introduce Robin Reed. She's also called Ada because she plays the role of a firstborn sister to many people in the foundation. Ada.
Thank you very much. I can't begin to explain what an absolute privilege it is to share this space and this time with all of you today. And I can assure you that I will learn far more from you than you'll learn from me. But I'm really looking forward to the next 2 hours with you. To start, I want to give some gratitude. And one of the ways we like to do that at the foundation is through what is known as the Madagascar clap. Is anyone here from Madagascar? Yes. So hopefully this is familiar to you, but I'm lucky to work with a wonderful woman from Madagascar. And when she starts our events, she teaches us the Madagascar clap so that we can give gratitude. So I'll teach you all now. It's very simple. It goes, woo! That we give gratitude to ourselves. You've been sitting here for a few days. You've been learning so much, and that's incredibly impressive. So we're going to give it back to ourselves as well, and we do that like this. Woo! Ready? Woo! Ah, thank you. Thank you. I'm not going to lie, I'm incredibly nervous. And I've only realized as I loaded my PowerPoint presentation that it is in English. So my profound apologies. I will be sure to have it translated and so that I can share for all of the Francophones in the room so that you'll be able to access all of this information as well. So I know Io gave you a bit of an explanation, but you're probably wondering, what the heck is this white lady from Canada doing here? And believe me, I've been asking myself that question all day. So I thought I'd begin by sharing a little bit of my story with you. And to do that, first, I need to take a moment to acknowledge the land that I come from. As you may know, MasterCard Foundation is actually a Canadian foundation, and our home office is in Toronto, Canada, and that's the office that I come to you today. At the MasterCard Foundation, we are incredibly grateful to work within the traditional territories of many, many Indigenous nations, both across Canada and here in Africa. Takaranto, which is the land commonly called Toronto, has been cared for by the Anishinaabe Nation, the Haudenosaunee Nation, and the Huron-Wendat, and it is now home to many First Nation communities, Métis, and Inuit peoples from across Canada. For thousands of years, Indigenous people have cared for and sustained these lands, and I am deeply, deeply grateful to the original stewards, both past and present, for what they have done to allow me to draw strength from the place that I come from and to be here with all of you today. In Canada, you may not know, we actually committed a genocide against our Indigenous folks. And as part of our truth and reconciliation process, we're educating ourselves more and more about how we can repair the wounds that we made. So as a settler in our Canadian lands, it's a great privilege to share this tradition of the land acknowledgement with all of you. But this is not something I would have always done in my life. When I was growing up in Canada, I grew up in what there is considered pretty extreme poverty and a lot of the problems that came with it. And so when I was 16 years old, I found myself abandoned by my parents and having to care for my younger sister. And as you can imagine, this is not a common thing, or at least I didn't know how common it might be at the time. And at that time, the AIDS crisis was ravaging the continent. And so I learned all about the AIDS orphans that were in similar situations to my own. And so I decided then and there that these are my people, and I would spend my life trying to work to support them, just like I wish people would be supporting me. And so the first opportunity that I got during my undergraduate degree, I traveled to Ghana to spend a year learning in different communities across Ghana. And I'm sure you can imagine the mindset that I went into that with. It could only be described as a white savior. I honestly believe that my 2 years of undergraduate education would be enough to make the kind of change that I wanted to make there. And as you can imagine, it didn't take very long for me to understand how little about the world I actually knew. And so I was very lucky to be placed with a group of traditional healers where I was able to work to teach communities across northern Ghana, particularly young people, all about HIV and how to protect yourself from HIV. So myself and a couple other Canadians, we spent weeks and weeks and weeks learning everything we possibly could about the scientific nuances of HIV. We learned all of the technical terminology, all of the microbiology that is involved, and then we went off to the villages with a translator that we'd rehearsed with to give our presentations to the young people there. Well, more often than not, the young people did not come to those presentations. It was often community elders and often only men. And it was very humbling because not only were they not engaged in our presentation in any way, shape, or form, but actually they often just laughed at us. And the reason is because we hadn't taken the time to learn about the context that we were in. And so we didn't understand that, well, I have a Western medical kind of understanding of health. The understanding of health in the communities that we were working in was much broader, and the things that I was saying just wasn't making sense. So what we did is we found an organization that did work directly with youth across Ghana, and we worked with them to create a game. And the game there is represented by these alligators on the screen, the crocodiles. What we did was we made a big piece of paper, and it represented a river. And we put little crocodiles on it, and we told them, this represents HIV. And in your life, you have to figure out how to safely cross this river. Then we put down one stick on the ground, just a thin little stick, and told them, this represents abstinence, this number one thing you can do to protect yourself against HIV. And then we asked them to cross the river. And they tried, but of course it was too thin, and so many fell in. So we said, don't worry, there's other supports, and we put down the second stick. And the second stick was to be faithful to only one partner. That will help protect you from HIV. And so they tried, and while some made it across, many still fell into the crocodiles. So we put down the third stick, the ABCs of HIV prevention, which represents always wear a condom. And by the time there was 3 sticks, everyone was able to make it safely across. And we were able to explain exactly what we wanted to with never talking about, T cells or the HIV virus itself. It was hugely successful, and it set me off on my career in this field of knowledge mobilization. Now, after that, I came back to Canada. I finished my undergraduate degree, and I started working with an NGO that was fundraising money to build schools around the world, particularly here in Africa. And through that work, I really started to question, we know so many of the solutions to the wicked problems facing us. Why don't we just do what we know? And why is it that some people, especially people who look like me, from places like where I come from, why is it that our evidence seems to count so much more than the actual people on the ground whose lives are being impacted by these decisions? And so I decided to go back to university so I could think about this problem. And I got assigned to be a graduate assistant in this very boring sounding research program around knowledge mobilization. But lo and behold, this was actually the answer to all of the questions that I had. And it's the reason that I'm here in front of you today, working with the MasterCard Foundation, so that we can change this asymmetrical power imbalance of whose knowledge counts when it comes to developing our countries, our communities, and ourselves, and why. And so, for the next few minutes, I'm going to give you what's called the chalk and talk kind of lecture to kind of bring us all on the same page of what exactly do I mean when I'm talking about knowledge mobilization. I love this slide. It says, the latest research shows that we should really be doing something with all of this research. So let's begin. First and foremost, you need to understand that, like most things in academia, knowledge mobilization is a contested concept. What do we mean by knowledge? Is it tacit knowledge? Is it explicit knowledge? Is it, the knowledge that comes from our cultures? Or is it empirical evidence through, Western research that counts? We also don't always agree in terms of With who are we sharing this knowledge, or in whose best interest? Is it for the public? Is it for the government? Is it for parents? Is it for children? Why are we doing this in the first place? And for what purpose? How do we think this knowledge is going to be used? Is it going to, solve a problem, create a change? Is it going to be used for policy or for implementation of that policy in practice? We also disagree in terms of what context we're supposed to be doing knowledge mobilization. Who is responsible for this work? Is it governments? Is it the researchers themselves? Is it practitioners and our teachers working on the front lines? And what technique should we be using to do this? Is it policy briefs, guidelines, toolkits, maybe a talent show where there's a message hidden inside? And then what is the impact? What is the effect that we're trying to have? All of these things are contested. And just like the idea is contested, the term knowledge mobilization itself is also contested. There, like many things in academia, many debates in terms of what exactly we should be calling this field. Some of the frequent things we have is knowledge mobilization in education. That's the sector I come from. In business, we call it knowledge transfer or knowledge management. In health, you'll often hear it referred to as knowledge translation and exchange. And in the development sector, we have many, many terms: knowledge sharing, knowledge management, knowledge exchange, and more recently, they're adopting this term knowledge mobilization there as well. Most often, the term that you use is the term that's being used by the major funder in your sector, in your country. And so for that reason, the term that I use is knowledge mobilization. And I absolutely love this definition from the Social Sciences and Humanities Research Network. They've since changed their definition, but I like to stick with the original, which is knowledge mobilization is moving knowledge into active service for the broadest possible common good. And more than that, in their original definition, they define knowledge quite broadly. So it's not just about research, although certainly it is about research, but also the accumulated knowledge and experience of stakeholders. And I think that's really important for us to recognize, because so often we think that the research is what should count most, but more often than not, the solutions that we're looking for come from the people themselves that we're working with. In practice, knowledge mobilization is really used as an umbrella term, and it encompasses all sorts of activities and mechanisms that we can use to share and exchange information. These can include, but certainly the list is much longer than this, informing, advancing, or improving research agendas, theory, and/or research methods, to inform public debate, policies, or practice, to enhance, improve services, or to inform the decisions and/or processes of people in business, government, the media, practitioner communities, and civil society. In reality, I think it's much easier to think of the knowledge mobilization umbrella in terms of three key activities. The first is knowledge products, which are, the papers, the summaries, the videos, anything that we can really have a physical or digital copy of that can be shared quite widely. Knowledge sharing events, just like the one that you're attending these 10 days, and knowledge networks, which are both formal or informal, sustained engagements for knowledge exchange. And so if you think about this work under these three broad umbrellas, I find it's very helpful to help you quickly figure out what it is that you're trying to accomplish. There are two key metaphors when we talk about knowledge mobilization. The first, and the one you'll hear most commonly, is that knowledge mobilization is about bridging the gap between research, policy, and practice. And we do that in two main ways. The first is what we call producer push mechanisms, which means that I'll create a nice summary and I'll share it out into the world and really hope that there's uptake of that. The other is user pull initiatives. That's when you might create a database or a website to share what you're learning about and really hope that people will come there to learn. You know, if you build it, they will come to you. However, I love this quote from Dr. David Phipps. He says, if all we needed to do was publish academic research in accessible formats, then we could publish on the internet sites such as the Cochrane collaboration, the Campbell collaboration, What Works Clearinghouse, and let Google search do the rest. But we found that this one-way method of knowledge transfer is necessary but not sufficient to maximize the impact of research on society. And that's where we get to the second key metaphor for understanding knowledge mobilization. And this is the one that is the nearest and dearest to my heart, which is knowledge mobilization as creating spaces for engagement, which is exactly what's happening here today. Understanding that knowledge mobilization is not a transactional process. It's a relational process. We learn by having the chance to talk to others, to test our ideas, to realize our blind spots, and to learn from each other. And that's why events like this are actually some of the best ways that we can mobilize knowledge in this world. But today we're here to talk a little bit about mobilizing knowledge with policy makers. And so I love this slide, which kind of outlines the traditional kind of policy formation process. This slide is by John Young. It is publicly accessible. I will share the link with you when I share the deck so that you are also welcome to use it moving forward. But essentially you see here is the traditional process for policy making. We set the agenda, we make the policy, the decision is made, we vote yes or no, we implement the policy, and then there's the monitoring, evaluation, and the cycle continues. Now there's many actors that are engaged in this process. We have the cabinet, the parliament, the ministries, the private sector, civil society, donors. They're all engaged in sharing information to try to shape and transform the policies to be the change that they want to see in the world. And they share information and engage in this in different ways. So for example, the ministries are involved in the agenda setting process, the policy formation, the decision making. They get to be involved in the whole cycle. But then the cabinet comes in and they have their own ideas, their own evidence that they're bringing forward to shape that process. Parliament has debates and they start shaping that process. There's new evidence involved and different discussions that are happening. And then of course, the private sector and civil society and donors also are all engaged. And you'll note the donors have a connection to the cabinet via a dotted line, because oftentimes those discussions are kind of hidden in the background and we don't even know that it's happening. But it's not just that they engage in the process, they also engage and share evidence to try to influence each other. So we'll start to see they're reaching out, and before you know it, you see how complex it is in terms of this process that we're trying to influence. And oftentimes we think the influence happens along those arrows. We think of those arrows as, you know, this person spoke to that person in a formal meeting or through a formal email. But really, a lot of the ways that we change hearts and minds happens in the white spaces on the page. Those clandestine hallway meetings, the water cooler talks, the happenstance introduction that was made where someone shared a little bit of information that fundamentally changed the way that I see this situation. And so today we're going to dig into those white spaces and really think about the different ways that we can engage with all of the policy actors, not just policymakers, in order to be the change. Now, I'm keen to know, when we're talking about policymakers specifically, how do you think is the best way to share information with them? I'd love to see a show of hands if you think research reports and evaluations, that's the way to connect with policymakers. We've got 1, 2, okay, 3, great. What about academic articles? Hands up. Okay, a few of you academic articles, excellent. How about the media, newspapers, weekly media, the radio? Hands up. Interesting. Now, in 2014, Talbot and Talbot surveyed 340 civil servants in the UK. And what they found might surprise you a little bit because we tend to think that policymakers really want these pre-digested tidbits of information. But they found that overwhelmingly civil servants are interested in research reports and papers. My own research has also found the same finding. We did a study when I was in grad school where we put trackers on websites where we tracked full research reports and executive summaries to see which was downloaded more. And we certainly assumed that the executive summaries would be the big ticket item. But in fact, it was those research reports that were downloaded far more frequently than the summaries. And what we learned is because actually decision makers don't just trust you that you got all of it right and that you're telling them the actual facts. They do want to dig into the nuances of the research to ensure that the evidence that they're basing their decision on is sound. And so they're more likely to go to a trusted person, like the foundation went to me to say, hey, can you read this? Can you synthesize this for us? I know you. I trust that you'll get this right. Then they will to just take it for granted that the researcher themselves is sharing all of the information in that summary. And why reports over journal articles? You might be surprised, but by far, policymakers, the major funders of this world, do not have access to peer-reviewed journals. At the MasterCard Foundation, for example, it's difficult for us to access peer-reviewed journals behind paywalls. We have to pay every time. And so we'd much rather find that open access piece of gray literature that's well done than to hunt through journal articles that we might not even be able to access. News media, I think, is a really important one because just like you and me, those policymakers get into their cars in the morning, they turn on the radio, and they listen to the news. So do their families, their friends, their colleagues. And so the things that are being shared in those platforms often get their attention because they're being shared on such a broad scale to so many different actors. It kind of triggers them into thinking, I must act before this gets out of hand. There's all sorts of other ways listed here that we can use to share evidence. But I think we'll learn later that really the way to decide is by knowing who it is that you're trying to talk to and the way that they want to learn. I also share with you what the research says is the best ways that we can give informed advice to bridge this gap between research and policy. This is based on a study by Oliver and Carney. And the number one most important thing that you can do is do good research, high quality research that meets all of those conventional standards that they can then say, yes, this meets the quality needed that I can feel confident in basing a decision on. It's also about making your research readable and relatable. That means not using those $10 big technical words, but instead putting into clear language that non-experts can easily understand and feel like they gain that expertise. You have to understand the policy process or the decision-making process that you're trying to connect with. It happens in all different ways. And while it might look like what I showed you before on paper, in reality, it's happening not as often like that as we think. So it's about knowing, I want to influence this policymaker. They go to that person for their information. They listen to these things on the radio. And how do you get to understand that process and really know how things work? Being accessible to them, engaging with them routinely and flexibly and humbly, and really showing them that, I'm here to help you and I'll do that in the best way I can. You need to decide if you are an issue advocate or an honest broker. An issue advocate means that you have a cause and you are pushing for that cause. It can be a bit tricky because sometimes people think that you're more interested in the outcome than you are at sharing the honest evidence around it. So the other way is to be that honest broker, to really say, hey, this is what it says, this is what we know, and this is what we don't know. And based on that, here's the best advice I can give you in terms of decision making. You need to build relationships. As I said, this is a very relational space, but those relationships have to have some ground rules. So know how to set your boundaries and how to engage within those boundaries. You need to be entrepreneurial. And one thing I know about Africans is the entrepreneurial spirit is here. You are a creative group and you need to use those resources in order to overcome these gaps that happen when we try to share evidence through traditional means like research papers. And most importantly, you need to reflect continuously. You will try, you will fail, you will try, you will fail again, but you have to take those as learning opportunities so that you can keep moving forward. So what does this look like when we kind of all put it together? We have this beautiful framework from Dr. Amanda Cooper, who shows that while research can impact policy, policy can impact research. Policy can impact practice just as much as practice can influence policy. And the impact happens in all of these overlap spaces. And in the middle there, you see the knowledge brokers. That's you and me who are sitting kind of outside of those spaces in order to connect in with the right actors in order to create the kinds of changes that we're looking for. You know, again, it's a myth that policy change means talk to the policymaker and send a brief. Oftentimes, durable change starts with people in the community by sharing stories, learning their practices, and helping shift those practices. Policymakers often then follow. So too often we think of that tiny little corner right at the top there as the place where impact happens. But really, in the work that we're all trying to do, the impact that we're looking for, there's many, many opportunities for change outside of that. Now, yes. How do we do knowledge mobilization? I think this 5-prong framework is one of the most simplistic ways to explain it. Number one, what is that key message? What is the key takeaway that you've learned that you're trying to share? 2, who is the target audience? What is the right group or groups of people that you need to share that message with in order to create the change that you're looking for? 3, who is the right messenger? Oftentimes, it's not you. It might be someone else actually that is the appropriate messenger in order to get your message across. 4, what process are you going to use? And this goes back to those products, the networks, and the events. What is the best way to have this knowledge transfer? And then, of course, last but not least, learning, the monitoring and evaluation. What do we take away from this process? You don't have to do it alone. Oftentimes when you stop and you think about it, there's many, many individual actors, organizational actors that are already in the space doing the kind of work that you're trying to do. So the best suggestion that I have is tap into that. Join their efforts, support them, and get them to support you. And some of the different ways you can look at them are those organizations that help with linkages and partnerships, the organizations that are building awareness, the organizations that open up accessibility and think about inclusion so that you're not missing those at the margins. There's organizations out there that all they do is work on policy influence or work to engage community stakeholders. It might be that you need to do some capacity strengthening through organizational development, or maybe it's implementation support. They know what they need to do, they just don't have the means to do it, and that's the change that you need to do. So thinking of all of these different ways that we can share knowledge, with whom and how, I have to stop and celebrate because, my friends, it is party time. On your tables, you will see colored pieces of paper. Please take 2 to 3 pieces of paper, pass them along. It doesn't matter what color you have at this time. So just grab a couple pieces of paper and you're gonna need to hold on to them for a few minutes. If you need some, there's extras lying around, so just let us know. But there's lots on your table. You only need one color each. Excellent. I can feel the energy in the room, my friends, and I am getting excited for this party. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, say woo. Excellent, because it is party time. I need you all to close your eyes. Do it. I can see your eyes open from here. Take a moment, close your eyes. Quiet down. Take a deep breath in through your nose, out through your mouth, in through your nose, out through your mouth. Keep those eyes closed, my friends, because you need to rest for a moment. I have great news for you. You've been successful. All of the things that you've been working for, all of the changes that you have put your life energy into, it happened. Big success. Not only were you successful in creating that change, but you were successful enough that you've saved a big part of your budget. And your funder has decided we should use it to throw a celebration to thank everyone who was involved in helping you create that change. I'm going to give you a few minutes to think in your minds, who are you going to invite to that party? I hope your mother and father are on the list. But I wonder who else is there. I'm sure there's some community members, maybe a mama who made a big change and got the ball rolling for you. Maybe an imam or a priest in your church who helped you gather people so that you could share your message. Maybe it's young people in a small village who created a community play to share the information that you wanted to share. Maybe it's the minister who bought onto your idea and made that change happen. We're going to stop for just a couple minutes and turn to the person sitting beside you, behind you, whoever you like, and just share for a few moments, who are you inviting to your party and why? And when we come back, I'll tell you what to do with the paper. This is not Just one more minute to wrap up your conversations. Maybe share your final thoughts. I love the energy in the room. And now it's time to get serious. Because if we want this party to happen, we have to plan. So if you can hear me clap once, you can hear me clap twice, you can hear me clap 3 times. Thank you, thank you. And special thanks to those non-Anglophones in the room for all of the extra effort that you're doing to engage in these activities. It is greatly, greatly appreciated. So, I've asked you all to select one color of paper only. And now to decide who is going to be invited to your party. And we're going to do that in this way. Let me look at the slide as well so I can be. Okay, who's invited to the party? Your task, and don't start until I say go. Your task is to imagine one of the guests that you're inviting to your party. On your Post-it, you will write their name, their age, and their role. You'll also write how do they like to access information? How do you think they get information? And one barrier for them to access information. Now wait, don't start yet. Because based on your color determines which of the audience groups you get to invite. So if you are holding an orange piece of paper, put your hands in the air. Let me see your orange pieces of paper. Orange, yes. Orange. You are the policymakers and the decision makers. These are ministers, advisors, civil servants. We're talking big P policy makers. Hands down. Green friends. Let's see my green friends in the room. Excellent. You are the practitioners, the frontline implementers. You could be a teacher, you could work for an NGO, you could be a health worker, you could be the policeman at the side of the road directing traffic. You get to decide, but you are a frontline implementer or practitioner. Hands down. Yellow paper, jaune paper, yes, thank you. Are the youth actors and the community groups, young people, parents, grassroots organizations. That's your voice. Choose any one of those and you get to make a persona up for them. And last but not least, pink. Rose, let me see you. Hi, you are the media, the storytellers. You could be a journalist, an artist, a social media influencer, a communicator. So I'll give you now a few minutes to think, who is your person? Give them the name, give them an age, give them a title, and one way that they like to access information, and one barrier that they're facing. And I'd love you to think in your own context, your own story, your own research, the own spaces that you're working with. Make them a real person or an imaginary person. It's up to you. On your marks, get set, go. If you're not sure, you don't understand, feel free to raise your hand and I'm happy to come around and help clarify. Please don't hesitate to raise your hand if you need some support or a clarification on this current assignment. You have a few minutes left. I'm looking forward to meeting all of these incredible individuals coming to our party. Give you one more minute. Get a sense of who's finished. Okay, we'll give you a couple more minutes. Don't worry. Don't hesitate to let me know if something's unclear or you need a bit of support. Starting to hear a buzz, so I'll ask again. Raise your hand with your paper in the air if you're ready to go to the party. Yep, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, maybe one more minute. And know that this is a no stakes activity. No one's going to be judging you on your handwriting. If you miss a question, it's not going to be the end of the world. I promise everyone gets an A+ on this activity by the end. Creativity is very welcome on this assignment. I can feel that you're getting the party energy going. I'm very excited. I see more and more pens down, so I'll ask again. If you're ready to go, let's see your color paper. Wave them high in the air so we can see who's ready. Let me see those papers if you're ready to go. Wave them back and forth. Yeah. Wonderful. Okay. Are you guys ready to party? I couldn't hear you. Are you guys ready to party? There was a lot of people in this room. Huh? Okay. Well, I say go and not before I say go. The task is as follows. You must stand up, get out of your seats, walk around this room, and you will find someone with the same color paper as you. Your task is to get to know them at the party, find out who they are, what they're about, why they're invited, and how they like to access information and what the barriers to that are. If you learn something, take a minute and jot it down on your paper. Does everyone understand the assignment? No. Let me repeat. Thank you. Your task will be to stand up, move out of your chairs, find someone you don't know with the same color of paper, and share. Who are you? What group do you come from? How do you like to access information? And what are the barriers to accessing information? The same questions. We're just going to share what we've learned. Ready? On your marks, get set, go. Mingo, 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 mingo. If you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. If you can hear me, say shh. Friends, as the host of this party, I need your attention. There are next steps. There's more fun to be had. Time to finish off those conversations. Are we ready to know what's next? To the people that these wonderful conversations with. Gratitude. Don't go back to your seats yet. Stay standing. You're not going back to your seats yet. The way that we give gratitude is through our Madagascar clap. Are you ready? On the count of 3. 1, 2, 3. Woo! Not over. Your task now is to find someone with a different color paper than you. The same conversation. Learn who they are, what they're about, and how they like to share and access information. So on your marks, go for someone with a different same conversation. Different color paper. Two more minutes. We're going to share for 2 more minutes. 2 minutes and counting. One more minute. 1 more minute and counting. Thirty seconds. Share your last thought, your last idea, and make your way to the table. to do party. Explore of the time, so make your way back to your seats so that we can all share and learn together. Make your way back to your seats, please. Beautiful, beautiful. Look at those walls filling up. These are the voices and perspectives that we need to know because they shape how knowledge and information is shared and mobilized. Beautiful. What a wonderful party. Beautiful, beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful. Please take your seats. Sadly, the party is over. Party done. I'm sure you all need to rest after those festivities. Take a sip of water. Relax back into your chairs. Wonderful, wonderful. And if you can hear me, clap once. If you can hear me, clap twice. If you can hear me, clap 3 times. Thank you so much. I want you to just look at the walls around us. This represents our ecosystem of actors. These are unique voices, unique perspectives, and each of them shape how knowledge is shared and exchanged. Notice that each group has different needs and different barriers, and that policymakers, they are not isolated. They're influenced by practitioners, by communities, by media, for the MasterCard Foundation, by young people. This is why it's important for us to think carefully about who is our audience and who do we want to work with. Now, for the second part of my presentation, instead of giving you more theory, I thought I'd share with you 10 key lessons that I've learned through the last 20 years of doing knowledge mobilization work with communities like yours. So let's get started. The first and most important lesson, if there is only one thing you can remember from this presentation, it is know your audience. I think you can tell based on the story that I shared earlier why this is an important lesson to me, because knowledge mobilization begins and it ends with the people that we serve. It's not just about simplifying language or translating it into different formats. It's about deeply understanding who it is that we're trying to communicate with, what matters to them, what is it that they fear, and what is it that they hope for, and what are the stories that they're already carrying that might shape their worldview. If we don't do that, we risk doing what I did in my first knowledge mobilization activity, which was designing a workshop that absolutely fell flat. So before we can talk about strategy, tools, channels, the number one thing that you need to do is know your audience. It's important enough that I actually have 2 slides on this, and I have only a few space for slides. So just to reinforce, this one is so important because you have to go beyond the basics. Today, we just covered the very basic, most superficial level. And that's what often can be professionals, that's where we tend to stop. But we have to go deeper than questions like, where do they get information and what kinds of formats they like? Those are good questions, but it's more about how do they like to learn? How do they understand and interpret knowledge? How do they make sense of it? It happens through our memories, through our pains, through our pride, through power dynamics. So if you really want your message to land, you have to go deeper. You have to ask, what stories are already in the room? What are the histories that are alive here? What does this group need to know, need to feel, not just need to understand in order to act? It's only when we have this that knowledge mobilization is truly possible. I love this slide. I would like to tell you the authors' names, but I cannot pronounce them to save my life. So they are on the screen. And the quote says, "The single most common experience of knowledge translation is around building bridges between different ways of knowing, while grappling with system-level inequalities that go far beyond just the production and use of research." Once you start really paying attention to who your audience is, you realize it's not about what platforms they use or formats that they prefer, but it's about the histories, the power dynamics that shape how people make sense of knowledge. And that's when you start to really hit something deeper. And of course, this is where inclusion also comes into the process. So lesson number 2 is that inclusion isn't a step. It is the process itself. When we talk about knowledge mobilization, it's easy to kind of think about it as a checkbox exercise, something that we do, at the end of research when we're ready to start pushing things out the door. But really, inclusion is something that should shape the entire process from start to finish. So when it comes time to know your audience, it's not at the end when you're trying to think how to communicate to them. It's at the beginning when you're trying to think of, what questions should I be asking? What really matters here? And including them in that entire research process, from the agenda setting to the methods that we decide, right down to the endpoint in terms of how we share that information. Inclusion means that we have to ask, who is this message really for? Who might be left out? Not because of intention, but because of access, language, design, or even trust. We talked earlier about trust and how important that is. It's especially critical when you're working with marginalized communities. And I think most of us in the room are working with marginalized communities. If they've been excluded from research or harmed by research in the past, we have to do that extra work to bring them on board in the process, to give them ownership of the process so that we can grow and learn together. So yes, we need to include people, but it's more than that. We need to start with those people. So all of these sticky notes around the room, those are the people that we need to connect with right at the beginning. We need to design with them, not for them. We need to honor their lived experience as expertise that matters just as much as our empirical evidence. And we need to center their voices, not just consult them, but center them in the process. Because if you want your message to create real impact, then it has to come from a process that people can actually believe in. 3, knowledge mobilization starts where your methodology ends. And what I mean by this is that we often put so much of our energy into getting the research right, designing the perfect study, analyzing the data, making sure that we have all the facts and technical aspects just so, and then we stop. And we assume that if we can just explain this clearly enough, people will get it and they'll act. But that is definitely not how it works. People don't tend to make decisions based on technical details, but they act when something makes sense to them, when it feels urgent and meaningful and relevant. And that's our job as KMB professionals, is to make this knowledge relevant for them. It's not just about what we did, but really about what needs to change and how this knowledge can help. You know, when I was in Ghana, I thought it was the science behind HIV that was going to make that difference. But, you know, that in fact wasn't the case. During COVID, we didn't teach children about the virus of COVID. We taught them how to wash their hands properly. Something I'm sad to say, I only learned during COVID myself the right way to wash our hands. So it's not about the research itself, but it's about the thing we're trying to accomplish. Sometimes you can do that without ever mentioning research. So the research might tell us what to do and where to go, but that's not the information that we necessarily need to pass on. Let's talk about language. You cannot talk about the knowledge mobilization space without talking about clear, accessible language. And I love this quote that's often attributed to Einstein. If you can't explain it to a 6-year-old, you don't understand it yourself. I want to challenge Einstein, because clear language communication is a skill. It takes a lot of practice. And clear language isn't always the way to go. For example, a lot of the policies makers that we might work with, a lot of the frontline implementers, they're technical experts themselves. They like to hear the technical language, that jargon, because it helps us be on the same page very quickly and helps them understand that we really do know what we're talking about. So when we're thinking about clear language communication, it really goes back to point number 1, know your audience. How is it that they like to communicate? What are the kinds of words that they will resonate with them, right? If I'm talking to all of you in this room, it wouldn't be a problem for me to use research methodology and, you know, technical terms, because that's the world that we live in. But if I'm going to explain this same presentation to a class of 6-year-olds, certainly I would take a different approach. So practice, 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 transforming what you'd say in academic speak into different ways that you could share with different community members. Take time to explain it to your grandparents, see if they can understand. Explain it to the small children in your community, see if they can understand. It's only through this kind of practice and really elevating these skills that we become clear language communicators. It's definitely not as easy as Einstein makes it sound. Number 5, we've already covered, but I just want to re-stress that we're not necessarily here to build bridges, although sometimes that's important. Where knowledge is really exchanged is in spaces of engagement, spaces like this where we can talk to each other and learn from each other. So when you're thinking about how do I best mobilize knowledge, think about who am I going to invite to the party and what kind of party can I have that will get them talking to each other. Oftentimes, it's from getting people to talk to each other that you can create the biggest change, not from someone lecturing like I am here now. Be an honest broker. We talked before, you can be an issue advocate or you can be an honest broker. And I'm here to encourage you to take the honest broker side, because in knowledge mobilization, you're not just the messenger, you're a navigator, a translator, a bridge builder between the evidence and action. And that is a big responsibility. So you have to hold that evidence honestly. Being a trusted broker means resisting the temptation to spin the findings to fit the funder's agenda, the policymaker's agenda. It means sharing evidence with integrity, even when that gets a little bit messy. Because your biggest asset as a knowledge broker is trust. And if that trust is broken, it becomes very hard to repair. Reputation is everything. And your greatest asset isn't your strategy deck, but rather your personal integrity. If people trust you, they will come back to you time and time again. They will act on the evidence that you share, and they will invite you into the conversations that actually start to move things forward. Relationships. Relationships are really what this field is about. That is the infrastructure that we're trying to build. We talk about platforms and products and processes, but the truth is that knowledge moves through people, not through pieces of paper. And so what we need to do is build those relationships. There's a saying in the knowledge mobilization community that the best knowledge mobilization tool you can have is a good cup of coffee. Just sitting with someone, getting to know them, who they are, what they care about, learning about their work, finding where you have that common ground as a starting place for action. That is where the best knowledge mobilization happens. So think of this field as about building relationships with each other, not about building products that can be shared. Number 8, leverage the knowledge ecosystems. I promise you, there's someone who is already doing the kind of work that you want to do. And the best thing that you can do is join their movements. On the screen here, you see some network analysis, and this actually comes from my PhD dissertation. And the reason that I like it there is because it kind of shows why networking and leveraging our ecosystems really matter. So during my PhD, I analyzed all of the citations within the Education for All global monitoring reports, and I turned them into citation networks. And I found that out of, 6,833 authors across all of those reports, only 89 of them were cited 10 times or more. And so I mapped those 89 actors and their knowledge networks, and I tried to understand where is the power, where is the leverage point? And I found 2 key network analysis ideas that were really helpful. The first is the top with betweenness centrality. Betweenness centrality helps you see in a network. If you think of a network as a city, what are the major intersections that you have to go through from one side to the other? If we think of the ecosystems that we're working in as a city, who are the actors that you need to go through in order to get to the other side? By leveraging those actors, getting them on your team, you can make a big difference. The second is around eigenvector centrality. And I like to explain this one as, when you're in high school, we want to be the cool kid, the one that is friends with everybody. And we think that's the way that I can be a good knowledge mobilizer is I need to be that cool kid that everyone wants to be friends with. But that is incorrect, my friends. The best way is for you to connect with those cool kids. You don't want to have a lot of friends yourself. You want to be friends with the people who have a lot of friends, because that's how messages are shared quickly. I don't want to have to go to everyone in this room to share a message. I want to find the people in this room that lots of people are talking to, tell them my message and get them to share it for me. And that's how information can quickly spread. So get to know your ecosystem, get to know which actors are the ones that can help us move information, and big things will happen for you. My friends, you will fail. You will try and you will fail, and don't get discouraged, because plans are just a hypothesis. Knowledge mobilization is an experiment. So my plea to you is, as you go, share what you're learning with us. Tell us what works and what doesn't. Know that when it comes to what actually has research impact in this space, we barely know anything at all. We really don't know what works and why it works. So as you go about these knowledge mobilization experiments, think of them as little research projects. Take your notes, keep a diary, and publish it so that we can all learn from you. Please know that this kind of work is very publishable in academic journals. People want to know about the process. How much did it cost? What did it take? What went right? What went wrong? So take the time and share so that we can all benefit and we can all improve and grow together. And last but not least, stay human. It ends where it all begins, because at the heart of knowledge mobilization is human beings. This is human work. It is messy. It is emotional. It is relational. It's building trust where there has been harm. It's translating ideas across power lines. It's holding space for both academic rigor and vulnerability. This work is complex. It's politicized. We often do it in high stakes environment. And sometimes you might be asking, the only person in the room asking, but who is this for and who is being left out? And sometimes that can be lonely. It can be exhausting. And sometimes it can feel like you're pushing against a system that really doesn't want to change. But I'm here to tell you that this work matters, because when knowledge moves, when it actually lands, when it empowers, when it heals, it really changes lives. So stay human, stay humble, stay curious, stay kind. It's the hardest and most important part of this work that we have to do, is to stay human in all of it. So what does it look like when this is done really well? I'd love to share an example from Canada. The MasterCard Foundation is incredibly privileged to work with a group called Indigenous Youth Roots. And in 2024, they completed the largest ever youth-engaged study on truth and reconciliation in Canada to help us better understand what young people think about their lives, their communities, their employment opportunities, their health, their languages. We produced this report in 2 key languages, English and French, the national languages of Canada. But those are colonial languages, and they aren't going to create the kinds of changes that Indigenous Youth Roots is looking for. So instead of stopping there, they worked with young people across the country in order to translate key aspects of the report into 4 key Indigenous languages. And the reason that they did this is because they realized that they weren't the ones to bring this back to community, to bring this to policies, to policymakers, but the agents of change here are the young people themselves. They wanted to empower them in their own languages to be able to create the change that they want to see out of the information that's shared. They didn't stop there. They're now coordinating what's called circles all across the country. This brings these very skilled and well-educated young people together so that they can share with the elders in their community, with the private sector, with policymakers relevant to them, the aspects of this work that matter most in their lives directly. And through those conversations, create change. And they didn't stop there either, because now they're working to take all of the data that they collected and turn it into a database that anyone can access so that we can continue to learn from this very important study. And this comes from knowing your audience, knowing how they like to access information, thinking carefully about who the right messenger is and who the right people need to be invited to the party. I'll end with my favorite example back in my beautiful homeland of Ghana. One of my favorite campaigns from Ghana when I lived there was the Stop AIDS, Love Life campaign. And I wonder, will we be able to play the video? Can you access this video? No? That's fine, because I'll sing it to you myself. But no, I am not a professional. So when I lived in Ghana, there was a Stop AIDS campaign. Now this is more than 20 years ago, I must say. And I've never forgotten the song because it is so catchy. And it goes, you can wait until marriage. If it's not on, it's not in. You can just have one partner. Stop AIDS. Love life. Who knows that? Yeah. The impact of that campaign, teaching the ABCs, they had it on the trochos, it was playing on the radio. It doesn't matter what corner of the country you went to, you knew how to stop AIDS and love life. And this is the best knowledge mobilization. They didn't say one thing about the technical aspects of how HIV transmission occurs. They found the trusted actors, superstars from Ghana people wanted to listen to. They found the right format, a catchy tune that more than 20 years later, I still cannot get out of my head. So as you're thinking about how to best share your work and the changes that you're trying to make, be creative. Think about how the people will really access and engage with that information. Think about the right messengers and the way to make it stick, because this, my friends, is knowledge mobilization at its best. And with that, I will stop because I was challenged to leave 20 minutes for questions and see what kinds of questions might come up from the room. So one last moment of gratitude for all of you. Thank you very much. No questions means I did a very good job. I don't know. Is he allowed to ask questions?
My question to you, Dr. Reed, is, so you said it's more efficient, it's more economical to talk to people who talk to people, right? Now, you have played the listening game before, the information relay game. So I talked to Oanda. Oanda is not even, well, but I can't, let's say I talk to Oanda. I don't enjoy talking to him. But let's say I talk to him about my research, then talks to Karen, and Karen then talks to, things happen around that information relay in terms of the fidelity of the information. How do we guard against interference and, yeah. As information travels.
Excellent question. I'll give an example from Ethiopia. I am very privileged to be working with a group of scholars from Gondar, Ethiopia. And together over the past 2 years, we've been exploring knowledge mobilization, and we're working to develop a knowledge mobilization guidebook. And one of the coolest knowledge mobilization activities that they shared with me is the coffee ceremony. I'm not sure if everyone's familiar, but coffee is pretty big in Ethiopia. It's a favorite pastime to join together in community and have coffee together. Oftentimes it's women inviting other women into their homes, sitting around and just talking about the news. But the government of Ethiopia realized that this is an excellent tool of knowledge mobilization. So they've developed campaigns to use the coffee ceremony in order to share important information. And what they do is they train people. So you have to give them the messaging, make sure that they feel comfortable and confident and that they understand it themselves. And when you get to that point, you can share forward and have the right messenger, have the conversation, the messenger that the stakeholders that we want trust. So this is a full countrywide activity from the federal government that trickles down to the smallest community in order to share information. But the way that it's done is by making sure that those key knowledge actors that we want to leverage are experts in their own right, understand what we're trying to accomplish, understand the information that they're trying to share so that they can share it accurately and be that trusted broker themselves. So I hope that's helpful. I see a couple other questions over here.
Thank you very much. I think it will be more of a contribution and not a question. But first, may I know if you speak any Ghanaian language? Okay. Medase, Medase. And we have a very good Akan instructor here, so maybe you can see her for some lessons. Yeah, but I just wanted to say that as a retired journalist myself, I do appreciate what it is that you have been talking about here. Just before I got here, good enough for me, I got the a principal agreement basically from the Center for Social Policy Studies at the University of Ghana. The plan is to try and do something of a podcast in the way that these days everybody knows and loves. Also, particularly because, as you did say, and many people do agree with you, it doesn't seem to work anymore with just publishing and doing all the technical bits and putting it on the shelves, among other things like that. So I would hope that maybe other people might also be interested to look at it. But I do think that one of the avenues that we can use to promote the knowledge that we create, or to even assist those who do the rather difficult job of doing the research, because I think that is also still important that we would apply the very methods that we know, the tested traditions that we know. But in terms of how we disseminate that information, I think it is very important that we obviously look at very many opportunities that are available. And today, I think that podcasts are very instrumental. And so for those of you who may not like talking like some of us do, I think that you can go ahead and do that work. When you are done and you want to talk about it, you can always get in touch with us. We'll find a way and put it out there for people to also be able to access it. So yeah, thank you very much.
Just a show of hands, how many people in the room listen to podcasts? A lot, so we can see it's a useful tool. Thank you for sharing. Anyone else have a question or a...
Sorry, this is Mkaziri from Kenya. My question comes in from the target population that I want to work with. I am a coder. Coder means children of deaf adults. So by default, my presence in the research, I'm seen as biased because of where I come from. Like the population I want to get research from, they already know my parents. So maybe with their own relations, they may assume I am biased or I'm on a certain thinking on what I'm going to influence the research about. So kindly let me understand, as an honest broker, how am I able to sell myself and tell them my research is independent? I am not dependent on what my parents' views are or on your former interaction with them. Thank you.
Ooh, that's a tough question. And certainly that's my experience, right? Because as someone from the West doing research across Africa, Westerners have done lots of harm through our research. There's a lot of mistrust that goes there. I think the number one thing is to acknowledge we do have bias. And so share that, put it out on the table with the group and have that conversation with them. Building trust takes time. So it might take a few tries for them to understand this is how I'm approaching this work and this is what's different. And you can also help mitigate that potential for bias or potential for perceived bias by engaging them in the research process itself, right? Right at the beginning. So it's not just about you and your views, but us and our views together. And with that, they can feel a lot more comfortable and confident that what's being shared, how that will be analyzed and interpreted and shared back will really reflect what they're saying and not a potential perceived bias from you. So it really comes back to knowledge mobilization is a process that starts at the beginning of research, not at the end of research if we're doing it well. And that's really it. It's that you have to take the time to build that relationship and to build that trust before you can really move forward together. Thanks for an excellent question. Anyone else with a question or an experience, an idea to share?
Yes, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for the brilliant presentation. I think it was very insightful and I did learn a lot. So I'm Dum Charlotte, I'm from Cameroon. I work with EBS Africa. I'm a research assistant. And my question is along the lines of the kind of work we do. We do a lot of evidence translation to policymakers in order to ensure that the decisions that they get to make at the end of the day are evidence informed. So it's quite an arduous task most times, most often than not, to get policymakers act on the evidence that we make available to them. And I think in our context, there are challenges around this, which we have been able to pinpoint, right? Issues around misalignment in terms of agendas, issues around, I would say, let me say, donor priorities, and trust, right? Mutual trust. Researchers don't trust data sometimes coming from government, and I'll just permit me focus the question around policymakers, that is government stakeholders. And government sometimes doesn't trust research coming from researchers. And I think that creates fragmentation, people working in silos and isolation. So generally, that is the context, and it's quite difficult most times to get them on the research that we give out, or evidence that is generated. And really far be it for me to, travel the rest of the continent to speak badly about my government. But then I saw with your presentation, I saw a lot of dichotomy with regards to the realities of stakeholders or government stakeholders in the global north and in the global south. I don't know about the experiences of the other African countries, but in ours, our stakeholders do not read, our policymakers do not read, be it at a sub-national level, at the national level. So because you said something about evidence shows that they prefer like rigorous data and statistics and things like that. In our context, that has been the contrary for us. So what I just want to know is, I think you've had a lot of experience in a multinational organization, working especially in the African continent and other areas of the global south. So I'd like to hear from you, what are some best practices or practical examples which are contextualized, because I think a lot of the examples you gave were from the global north, and believe you me, some of the examples don't really apply in the context I come from. So I just wanted to know if there are best practices which you can share from your experiences working in the global south, which have or strategies that you guys have been able to utilize to translate evidence to policy. Thank you.
I can't escape the fact that I'm from the global north, and that is the context where I tend to work. And while the MasterCard Foundation is, most of us are based in Africa and most of the staff are Africans, we are an organization that is from Canada and works in, the international multilateral space. And so oftentimes the kind of work that I'm doing directly would be to translate into, different kinds of formats for actors on the ground that we work directly with. And for me, oftentimes that's not at the grassroots level. However, a lot of the partners that we work with are reaching out in that way. And so a couple thoughts came to mind as you were speaking. Number one, yes, there's a lot of distrust of researchers. People think that we are patronizing. They think that we come and that we think we know everything and that we're here to tell them exactly what to do. I understand everything myself. Here's the problem and here's the solution. You should do it. The evidence is clear. But as you discussed, and as we saw on the screen, it's a lot messier than that. So this comes back to point number one, know your audience. And so who is that audience that you're trying to connect with? Is it a village chief, for example? When I was lucky to be working in Ghana, I did a presentation to a village chief on the environment. How can you be able to, improve your land so that you can have more hunting, more firewood in your bush, more farmland? And once again, ignorance me, thought that if I just went, hit the books and did the research, that would be the answers. And we did our presentation. The chief listened so patiently and kindly. And at the end, he explained to me, this is great, but you suggested that we we give this piece of land and we let it go fallow for a few years and, forests will grow and animals will return and that will be good for us. But That is not my problem. My problem today is that I need to feed my people today. So what did I do? I didn't know my audience. So the number one thing is know your audience. So who is that policymaker talking to? Who is their trusted person? Maybe you're not going to the policymaker themselves, but to one of their advisors, sitting down and building that relationship, explaining things to them. I think it also requires a lot of humility. We need to understand as researchers that research is just one input into evidence-based decision-making. There are so many other factors that count just as much, if not more than that. And if we don't understand that context, then the advice we give is going to be useless. And so know your audience, know your audience, know your audience. For us at the MasterCard Foundation, one of our key audiences are young people themselves. Yes, we participate in all sorts of really cool research projects, but we want young people to own those projects at the end of the day and champion them forward. We want them to serve them and their causes. So oftentimes that cannot be done through a PDF report, no matter how beautiful that might be. So podcast is actually one of the things that we've been trying to do. I'm happy to say that I was lucky to participate in a project with a group called AFRI, the African Policy Research Institute, and we worked with young people across Africa to develop a report. So it's their voices, it's their thoughts, it's their writing. But we went one step farther than that and provided a podcast platform so that there is a space for us to really engage, to hear the words from them directly, to have it connected to the stories that they're telling and their lived experiences. And we found that was hugely successful because when we're trying to share information, oftentimes we think, if I just give them the facts speak for themselves, but that's not true at all. In fact, when I was younger, I was a fundraiser. And one of the best pieces of fundraising advice that I got very much applies in the space of knowledge mobilization, which is you have to get to people's hearts first through the stories we tell, through our shared experiences. And once you have that connection, then you can get to people's minds. And then you can ask them for money for their wallets or for the change that you're trying to see if you're talking to policymakers and not fundraising. And so in our case, we realized that the data around climate and the climate impact that we're seeing across Africa wasn't going to make that change, but rather hearing from young people themselves, their stories of resilience, while they're making a difference in this space, that's what actually starts to motivate change, and we see the ripples effects. So I can't stress it enough. The answer to almost any question that you might throw my way is know your audience. Know who you actually need to speak to make that change. And we often ask very superficial questions like the ones we did in our party example, but we have to go deeper than that and take the time and the care that we need to. So for me, working with those folks from Ethiopia, one of the coolest knowledge mobilization initiatives I ever heard is the circus. I've heard that in Ethiopia, they have circuses that go from city to city, and often the circus will have a nice storyline to it. When you have that storyline that tells you, the change that they're trying to see, peppered with a few facts and statistics, but really the story of what we're trying to change, people internalize it and take that home. Your children start talking about it to the parents at the dinner table. The parents start talking about it to their colleagues, and that's how change happens. Oftentimes we think it's about going to the policymakers, getting that legislation change, but very rarely that's how change actually happens. Change tends to trickle slowly from the bottom up. So if you kind of think about flipping the narrative of who and how, big things will happen. I'm not sure I did justice to that very beautiful question, but I hope that's helpful. Yeah. Oh.
Oui, je voulais juste d'abord dire que j'ai beaucoup aimé la présentation. mais faire un tout petit témoignage parce qu'elle nous a beaucoup parlé de connaître le public. Je pense que c'est important aussi de connaître le profil du partenaire. Dans mon expérience personnelle, moi, je suis un produit de l'école française. Je suis un produit de la formation française. J'ai fait ma thèse à la Sorbonne, vraiment dans le plus haut lieu de la France. Mais quand je suis rentrée au Sénégal, mon premier travail était avec l'ACDI, avec la coopération canadienne. Et ce qui était sûr, et ce qui était visible, et ce qui était évident pour les autres, mais qui était très clair pour moi, c'est la capacité que les Canadiens avaient à prendre les gens comme des sujets. Et avec notre groupe de recherche, nous avions pensé à formuler réellement une hypothèse que le fait que les Canadiens n'ont pas un passé colonial, qu'ils n'ont colonisé personne et que les populations canadiennes qui travaillaient au Sénégal, parce qu'en général, c'était des Québécois qui travaillaient avec nous, étaient des personnes qui eux-mêmes avaient connu la colonisation et la déportation. Donc, je pense que connaître son public, c'est aussi connaître le profil du partenaire. Je ne dis pas que les Canadiens sont meilleurs ou sont plus, mais je dis simplement que par observation empirique, ils ont cette plus grande perméabilité. Je vais simplement finir en ajoutant quelque chose. Dans mon travail ancien à l'UNESCO, nous avions un programme qui s'appelait MOST, Management of Social Transformation. Dans ce programme, parce que MOST veut dire, dans les langues slaves, notamment dans la langue russe, pont. Nous avions développé réellement une approche qui met en avant le fait de ne pas travailler pour les décideurs. Comme elle a dit, l'inclusion, ce n'est pas un moment, c'est un processus. Mais cela est valable aussi pour le décideur. Parce que quand on construit une problématique de recherche avec un décideur, qui a lui-même exprimé ce qu'il voulait pour la co-construction, quand on co-construit avec les populations, et quand on a un processus de recherche qui crée la conscience entre les différents protagonistes et qui crée des ponts entre les différents protagonistes, on n'a pas très souvent des difficultés à faire accepter le travail. Travailler pour que la science informe l'action publique, c'est aussi dans la démarche et dans la méthode que ça se passe. Merci et pardon.
Yeah. Thank you for that example. It's wonderful. I will note one thing. Canada is very much a colonial country, and it only exists through the genocide of our Indigenous people. And now that's what we're trying to do, is apply these same principles that we've talked about in our own country. So know that all of what we've learned by working with countries around the world, we're now applying back at home in order to reconcile through our truth and reconciliation process, to be able to do right by our Indigenous folks as well. But thank you so much, because it's by learning from experiences like this, hearing these stories of what worked, what didn't work, that we can all grow and learn together. And that's what I hope you take away as you go over the next few days of this beautiful workshop, is keep sharing these stories, keep sharing your experiences, keep sharing this great podcast that I heard, or did you see this cartoon that shares that really made a difference in my community? Whatever it might be, it's just by sharing and learning from each other that we can really create the kinds of changes that we want to see in this world. So thank you so much for your time, your engagement, your contributions today. I have learned so much from being able to be with all of you, and I look forward to hearing more about how the next few days go. Thank you very much, everyone.
If you can hear me, clap 100 times. Thank you very much for giving us some of your time to share with you the kind of thing that we are doing. This is just one part of the many things that we do as the research team of the MasterCard Foundation. One little small thing that I think Robin was too shy to add. And I just want to add, as we can see, knowledge mobilization, research and evidence mobilization, research translation is complex, it's messy, it's not something that can be covered in 2 hours. When I asked her to do this about 3-4 months ago, I knew I was asking her to do something really difficult. Maybe you think you want to talk a bit more about this. Robin is available. I thought I suggested you would display your email. I think you forgot. So her email will come with the slides. Then you can talk to her. If you want more explanation, if you want more support in terms of training opportunities that may arise. I was just talking to Karen. We had a training with KTC knowledge translation some years ago, and we were able to fund some 25 people to attend that. Some of those people have tried to reach back to us to say, not only has the training helped them to reach policy actors with their work, some of them have become small consultants earning, small bits and pieces of money here and there as a result of that training. You may also just want to be within that network. Part of what Robin enjoys doing with Karen is to support people who may need some. I can see a face in this room now. I remember who took part in that training. I will not mention any name. Again, Ayemi and team, thank you very much for giving us this opportunity. Friends, thank you.
So thank you to the Mastercard Foundation team. Thank you to Robin, thank you Ayu, and thank you to Ibrahim also here, to all the team. So here we are at the end of day 4. All right. Day 3, sorry. We started on Monday, you started on Tuesday, so I understand. Tomorrow is the last day with panels and sessions. But I heard some rumors that some people are making plans for the weekend. I don't want to discourage you, but there will be work to be done during the weekend. So be prepared. Don't book any places or, anything for the weekend. We'll come back on that tomorrow. So yes, just a reminder again, take the time to read the topics of your colleagues and to meet also this afternoon after these sessions, because tomorrow we'll get back to group working. And all I have to say is to wish you a nice end of the day. And I'll see you tomorrow here at 9 o'clock. Thank you, everyone, and have a nice evening. Yeah, there is coffee in the back, so feel free to serve yourself.
Hello, please. Don't take your devices. Don't take out your devices. Thank you.
Même si le ciel tombait